Okay. Yes, sir. Are you? Okay, we're going to get started. It is 7:11. The board met in closed session at 6 p.m. I know.
But they're watching it on the screen. Right, but they have,
Okay,
Do they have access to the, well, and to be able to speak at the meeting, right?
all of this is being
Yeah.
recorded.
okay, we're going to get started.
Public comment is public comment.
Yeah,
Absolutely, but
and
it's a
all of
lot
this
of
is being
people.
recorded. If we move, we don't have this
Yeah, but we're
technology.
gonna have to.
This is the large.
All right, we're going to get started, please. The board met in closed session at 6 p.m. to discuss matters that fall under the following categories that are exceptions to the Illinois Open Meetings Act. Student matters, exception C10, individual student discipline. Personnel matters, exception C1, specific personal appointment, employment, compensation, performance, dismissals. Legal matters, exception C11, actual or threatened litigation. Closed session minutes, exception C21, review and approval of closed session minutes. Personnel matters, exception C1, specific personal performance. At this time, I would like to ask for a motion to go into open session.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Fabian,
Second.
second by Mr. Riddle to go into open session. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Fabian,
Yes.
Ms. Hannah, Ms. Lindsay, Mr. McBride,
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
President Rodriguez.
Yes, motion carries. We are now in open session. Okay, Mr. Riddle, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure will.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, next item on the agenda is the president's report, and I just have a few things that I want to mention. On June 29th, I attended the IASB Lake Division, the Illinois Associated School Board Lake Division Executive Committee meeting, and a couple of things came out of that meeting. Number one was an award recognition that was supposedly slated for presentation back in 2022. And this award is the Legacy Award for Legacy Board Leader 2022 Legacy Award winner Anita Hanna.
Whoa.
I just want to present this to Ms. Hanna.
Thank you. Oh my God. Wow.
And this is for her many years of service and her involvement with the Illinois Association of School Boards.
Wow. Wow.
The second thing to come out of the meeting is that the fall meeting of the Lake Division of the Illinois Association of School Boards will take place on October 14th. And Waukegan District 60 has been selected to host the meeting. Okay, so plan, yes, you can applaud that. Thank you. All the planning is beginning to take place, and we'll have more details as to all the arrangement, the times, the place, and everything as time goes on. Okay, on June 30th, I attended the middle school promotion ceremony at the Trapp Auditorium, and we had 90 middle school students transitioning to high school. That was a big number. We're very proud of all of them. And on July 2nd, I attended the high school summer school graduation at the Trapp Auditorium, and we had 58 high school students graduating from high school. So that is a big accomplishment, and those are the true champions. These are the students who maybe ran into some snags, they stumbled, they fell, they maybe didn't have everything that they needed to graduate and move on at the time, but they decided that they were going to do whatever they had to do, and they finally reached the goal. So as I said, these are the real champions, the real winners, and I know sometimes they feel, well, that ceremony is as important as the big ones that took place in May, but to me, they're every bit as important, and maybe in some ways more important, because this just showed what you can do when you make up your mind that you're not going to lose a prize. You're going to keep your eye on the goal. July 26th, which was this last Sunday, I attended as a precinct committeeman under District 9, Lake County District 9, and the precinct committee men chose a successor to fill the position vacated by Ms. Mary Ross Cunningham as board member of District 9. And there were 5 very qualified, very competent candidates, and a lot of time and deliberation went into their presentation of their packets and the information. They all appeared, made a very good showing, and I'm just very proud to announce that the person who was selected was former District 60 Board President Brandon Ewing. So he will be slated on the ballot November 3rd, and he will also be recommended to the county board to fill the position between now and the time that the election actually takes place and the person is seated. So I think that was a big move for Mr. Ewing. He's come a long way since I first met him when he was working at People's Choice, and he's grown up, he's developed, he's become a very responsible person. He presented a packet that just blew everybody away. It was just so professional, all the things that he's done, all the people that were endorsing him, and so I was very proud to support him for that position. And let's see, moving on. Where did I put my agenda? Give me a minute. Okay. Next item on the agenda is a student board member report. Do our student board members have a presentation that they would like to make? You're passing tonight? Both of you? Okay. We have our 2 student board members here, Adrian Jimenez and Trinity Hemphill. Oh, she's not here. Okay.
Not able to make it.
She couldn't make it tonight. But this is the beginning of the new school year, and we're very proud to have them as our new student board members. We interviewed them, and they were just outstanding in their maturity and the level of their presentation and just their desire to do something to help not only the school district, the school board, but also the students of District 60. So welcome. Good to have you with us. Okay, next item on the agenda, special recognition and presentations. I see nothing under that. Approval of minutes. We have 5 sets of minutes to approve. And do we have any reasons why we need to separate any of them out?
It has you absent for both of those, and then me absent for the 18th.
Okay, then we can do them all together.
Oh, yes. No, we can't. No, we can't. Let's take the first two, separately, then we can combine the last three. Okay, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes of the special open session meeting of June 17, 2026.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Riddle, second by Ms. Hannah. Any comments, corrections, changes to those minutes? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
Yes.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Half.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries, minutes are approved. Next one is I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes of the special open session meeting of June 18, 2026.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Riddle, approved.
Second.
Second by Ms. Hannah. Any comments, corrections, changes to those minutes?
Yeah, it has me both present and absent.
I think you came in a little late,
Yeah. I came in late, but I was here.
but you were here. You definitely were.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
can we
let's-
make that correction to the minutes?
With that correction, I'll make a motion to amend that, so approve with the correction that Ms. Lensing was there.
And I will
Second.
second
Second that amended
motion.
Thank you, okay. Motion, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Fabian? Ms. Hannah?
Yes.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Half.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries, minutes are approved. Next motion I'd like to ask for is a motion to approve the minutes of the regular open session meeting of June 22nd, the minutes of the special open session meeting of July 1st, and the minutes for the open session of special meeting for July 14th.
So moved.
Second.
Motion approved by Mr. Riddle, second by Ms. Lensing. Any comments, corrections, changes to the minutes? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
Yes.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries, minutes are approved. Okay, opportunity for public comment. Okay, let me see. Wow.
It's their right to do it.
You're absolutely correct. And
Okay, we've got. Yes, sir. Okay, why don't we do that? Can we do that?
Me, that would be appropriate.
Yes, please, because I know that this is what some of the people are here to speak about.
Good evening, everyone. I was going to read a statement before we took a vote on the refs, but I'm going to read this statement now. I know this recommendation is difficult, especially for the employees whose position may be affected. Some of you I've known for years. Many of you I've recruited myself. I know how much you care about our students and about our school district. To everyone whose position may be affected, I know tonight is difficult and has consequences beyond this boardroom. I want you to hear this from me. Tonight's recommendation is not a reflection of your work or your value. I know the impact you've had, and I am grateful for everything you have done for our students, for the families, and your colleagues. In the 10 years I've been with Waukegan Public Schools, recommendations like this have been very uncommon. Unfortunately, we're in a position where we have to make difficult decisions to ensure our staffing and resources align with our current student needs and enrollment. and the funding available to support them. It is our top priority to ensure our students receive the services and supports they need to be successful. While all of the positions are valuable, none of the impacted positions are required for students' IEPs. We have been open with our community throughout this budget process. While Keegan Public Schools is not in financial crisis, at the same time, we have the responsibility to plan ahead, so we remain financially strong. Waiting until we have a crisis would be irresponsible. Throughout this process, we worked closely with our employees' unions, reviewed seniority, identified vacancies, and looked for opportunities to place affected employees into other positions whenever possible. We will continue those efforts by working with each impacted employee to find another position within the district that they are qualified for. Thank you for everything you've done for our students and for this district. These decisions are never easy, and they are never made without a great deal of thought and care. I want to thank you all for everything you do for District 60.
Thank you, Superintendent. Okay, we have 33 names, and I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak, everybody who's come out to address the board. And what we are going to do tonight, we are going to shorten the amount of time for each person to 2 minutes. We are going to shorten the amount of time allocated to 2 minutes.
Do we have to have concurrence of the board to make that adjustment?
Yes, yes, we can.
How many people?
33.
The board policy allows the board president to manage the public comment, and it allows for 2 minutes in the policy document if there's a large number.
We're just following policy. Everybody is going to be heard. We are allowing everybody to be heard, okay?
Yeah, because I just added it up. If everybody be heard, we'd be here for an hour, which is okay. Which is okay.
Okay,
Which is okay.
okay,
Yeah, it's okay. An hour. You know, when it's all added up.
okay. First of all, we are not going to allow these outbursts, okay? We want to hear everybody.
I hear you. However, we allocated our night here, our family. We have kids that are here that we know we stood up together. And we hear you. I hear you. I understand that. However, everybody has shown up tonight over their trickled out. YouTube, everybody's watching on YouTube. I feel like we should get 3 minutes to be heard.
We are going to, when I call your name, please come up to the podium. You will be allocated, you will be given 2 minutes to speak. Brenda Farr.
Hello, I'm Brenda Farr. I'm a proud union member, class of 79. Showing my age. Not working. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm here to speak for our paraprofessionals. Our students really need their paras. They are essential to keeping our schools successful and safe places for everyone. Each para is licensed through our state requirements and supports students and teachers in many ways, such as one-on-one support for students and small group lessons. They escort students through the buildings when necessary, and they help supervise students in lunchrooms, playgrounds, and during arrival and dismissal times each day. But I'm not here to provide job descriptions. I am here to say that every para directly affects students' chances of being successful in one-on-one situations. Students thrive on the relationships with their para. The students are very fond of their paras. Eliminating paras will result in 50 students or more not receiving the educational support they need. I believe that students see paras as teachers and have an impact on their lives. Paras are a very large part of our school culture, and our Waukegan community directly benefits from our paras because many of them have lived in Waukegan most of their lives, which makes them a product of the same school district in which they are employed. Removing paras from classrooms will result in contributing to the unemployment rate in Waukegan. As a teacher, I am devoted to my students and very grateful for working with the paras each day. I have a special place in my heart for all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Fox.
I'll finish it later.
Patricia Theodore?
Wait, Board President, before we call the next name.
Call at least 3 people at a time.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, the timer doesn't start until you start talking.
But
So,
still, that's a
but
good
yes, to your
suggestion.
point, excellent suggestion, have it ready to go. But if you don't start talking yet. When you have it up, then talk.
okay, I'm going to read the next 5 names. Patricia Theodore, Rayon Edwards, Kristen Witt, Amber Sanchez, and Teresa Cayeta. Okay, Patricia Theodore.
Want to go in order, or does it matter?
Well, it
order,
does,
she's taking
it should be in order, but if you
Yeah,
don't, just state your name and I'll make sure everybody gets a chance to speak.
Board-
Let's
Board
go in order
President?
because she's taking notes. Taking our meeting.
Let's do it in order, okay? Patricia Theodore.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Patricia Theodore. I am the Director of Youth Services at A Safe Place in a Waukegan District 60 community partner in the Waukegan Wraparound Center. I'm here to ask you to continue to fully fund and fully staff the Waukegan Wraparound Center. The Wraparound Center was established to address students' mental health, trauma, violence prevention, reducing involvement with child welfare and juvenile criminal justice system, and providing comprehensive support to students and families rather than relying solely on the community-based interventions. When this program was approved, it represented more than just another initiative. It was a commitment to students, families, educators, and the community of Waukegan Public Schools that would invest in the whole child, not just academics, but also their social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health needs. It was a commitment that every child, regardless of their challenges that they face, they would have access to support that they need to be both successful inside and outside of the classroom. The district invested in experienced leadership by appointing Bridget as a director, Tears as a manager, and Mauricio as a wraparound specialist, in collaboration with partnering agencies such as A Safe Place, CYN, and GROW. The decision that reflects an intentional investment in building long-term infrastructure rather than a temporary program. For many students, the Wraparound Center is a bridge between crisis and stability. It connects families to resources, provides intervention before problems escalate, and gives students trusted adults who help them navigate trauma, conflict, attendance challenges, and barriers to learning. Reducing funding or staffing will have real consequences, and eliminating these positions are expected to have negative impact on services being provided to students. Students who lose access to timely supports.
Thank you, Ms. Theodore. Rayon Edwards?
You talked about the students that graduated from the 8th grade. You even talked about the students that graduated from summer school. Rodriguez, how you think that happened? Are y'all looking at them? You done subtracted time away from the very people that you count on to make this district what it is today. We're talking about how much time you gonna have to sit here. That's what we worried about. We sit here at 9:30, 10 o'clock any other time. These people came out today to be heard. You gonna take their job, at least you can do is give them that. We're talking about a budget. What we talking about? Because we still got Bam and Wild though, right? We ain't cut them. I do research. This district, compared to other districts our size, have 3 times the administration that they got. When you cut trying to save money, you don't starve from the bottom, baby. You starve from the top. Then we think about this budget cut when you 4 members voted to approve that contract with a 4% increase. She get a gas allowance, car allowance. But y'all gonna mess up their livelihood when y'all ain't did half of the damn work that they've done. Not a third. You ain't in the community. Your administration don't go to our grocery stores. They don't use our gas stations. They don't feed at our restaurants. Our tax dollars are being paid to them for them to take it to their community. And I just want somebody to tell me that I ain't the smartest man in the world, but I am in college, and that just don't math to me. Y'all open. And whatever decision you plan to make tonight, we need to pause it until we have real dialogue.
Kristen Witt.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Amber Sanchez. I am a proud union member, and I'm the union secretary for the paras. I am here asking you tonight to please vote no on any proposal that will eliminate paraprofessionals, computer assistants, and bilingual tutors. Tonight, I ask you to look beyond a spreadsheet, look at the people behind the positions and the students whose lives are impacted every single day. Paraprofessionals are not just support staff, they are educators. They provide academic, behavior, and emotional support to students who need it the most. They help keep classrooms safe, allow teachers to teach, and ensure every child has the opportunity to be heard and succeed. When you move paraprofessionals, you don't only eliminate positions, you remove support from students who depend on them daily. Teachers are already stretched thin, and taking these staff members away only adds more responsibility to the classrooms and teachers that they're already doing everything they can. Computer assistants are essential. They help kindergartners navigate their very first Chromebook, teaching them basic technology skills they need to succeed in today's classrooms. They push into classrooms during small group instruction to assist teachers and students with technologies. In our middle schools, they work alongside students who need extra help, supporting Google Slides, completing digital projects, and learning the technology that is now a part of everyday education. Hence, my daughter Elena has came from Abbott, letting me know what the computer tech there has done for her, and now his job is being at risk. But their work doesn't stop there. Computer assistants help decorate our schools, volunteer during PBIS celebrations, and foremost, they stay after school to support schools and sporting events because they care. It's not a part of their job to do so. That's dedication. That is someone who chooses to invest in our students long after the school day ends. Our bilingual tutors are often the very first people welcoming these newcomers to our district who speak little to no English. They build trust, provide comfort, translate, and explain expectations, and help these students navigate.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. I had called Kristen Witt. Are you Kristen Witt?
I am.
Okay, so Ms. Sanchez was one that just spoke. Kristen Witt was right before her, but she's speaking now. Go ahead, Ms. Witt.
My name is Kristen, and I have proudly served the district as a paraprofessional for the last 6 years. Every morning I walk into a building with over 400 students. Some need help communicating, some need help regulating their emotions, some need someone sitting beside them to complete a reading assignment, write a sentence, or even solve a math problem. Some simply need another trusted adult to stay calm enough to learn. Sometimes that trusted adult is us. Us. Our teachers are incredible, but one teacher cannot meet all of those needs. That is why paraprofessionals matter. I understand that the district has experienced declining enrollment over the past decade, but from where I sit every day, especially since COVID, I have watched student needs become more complex. Many students require more academic behavior, emotional and communication support, more than what they did a few years ago. While we may have fewer students overall, the amount of support many of them need has increased significantly. My job is much more than helping with academics. I help keep students safe, focused, calm, and engaged so our teachers can teach. Without paraprofessionals, our classrooms would simply become more difficult. It would become nearly impossible to provide every student with the support they deserve. A question I want to ask, are we protecting the classroom first? According to the district's fiscal year 26 compensation report, approximately 25 central office executive leadership positions receive approximately $5.5 million in compensation. 23 paraprofessionals cost us less than $1 million compared to 25 at $5.5 million.
Teresa Cayeta? Okay.
Good evening, members of the board, community, friends, and family. My name is Teresa Caletta, and I am a proud paraprofessional union member, a building rep, and also a parent. I'm asking the board to vote no when deciding to eliminate these very important para positions. All paras in different positions are needed for the success of Waukegan Public Schools students. Waukegan Public Schools needs paras, the teachers need their paras, and most importantly, the students need their paras. Vote no, cut costs without cutting paras.
Thank you, Ms. Cayeta. Tammy Gibbs. Let me read the names of the next individuals that are going to be speaking then. After Ms. Gibbs, Nicole Badovsky, Katie Barrera, Caitlin White, Luz Granda, and Rebecca Trieste. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Gibbs.
My name is Tammy Gibbs. I've just finished year 26 here in this district. It is deeply stressful to watch some of my coworkers potentially lose their jobs while worrying about what supports my grandson will have come August 17th. In 2019, I became the permanent guardian of 3 grandchildren. One of them has an IEP for learning disabilities. The other has ASD and ADHD in a gen ed classroom with some other things going on. He was a board talk about in March. During the 8 hours of 4 crucial meetings, it's been decided he will have a para for transitioning and non-core classes, including lunch. IEPs are a legal binding obligation under federal law, and staff cuts directly impact those who need it the most. The legal promise and the day-to-day reality is often different when cuts happen. Paras are more than an extra pair of hands. They are co-regulators, safe anchors, and a bridge to learning. My grandson thrives on relationships, and in order to have that relationship, he needs the same people day in and day out, not a revolving door of Mr. Jones can do it today because he's got some free time, or Miss Sims can do it this day because she's got some free time. No, he needs a consistent para every single day, and I'm going to hold this district accountable for every moment of it. A consistent para will come to know his triggers, cues, and interests. A revolving door of paras are not going to help any of our children. I was also told that paras were told by email that they were being cut. And also, I am ashamed to say, as a military wife, that there is no flag in that room.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Ms. Badovsky?
My name is Nicole Badovsky, and I'm a proud union member. Today I stand before you to sound the alarm about a decision that will potentially harm our students, our teachers, and our community. The district's plan to cut 50 paraprofessionals across our schools. Paraprofessionals are not just an extra pair of hands. They are a lifeline. They are the ones who greet students by name, who know their struggles, their triumphs, and their needs. They are the ones who ensure the students with IEPs who already face so many barriers don't slip through the cracks. These professionals don't just assist in the classroom, they change lives. Now the district is saying these professionals and their skill set are no longer needed. By eliminating self-contained classrooms, the district is forcing more students with IEPs into general education settings. Inclusion is a noble goal, but inclusion without support is not inclusion, it's abandonment. More students in general education classes require more paraprofessional support, not less. Without these dedicated professionals, teachers will be stretched thin, students will be left behind, and the promise of quality education will vanish for far too many. At the same time, the district continues to prioritize high salaries and bonuses for administrators, spending millions on leadership compensation while cutting the staff who work directly with students every day. If the district can afford to pay top-tier administrative salaries, it can afford to keep the paraprofessionals who make a real difference in our schools. Paraprofessionals are not expendable. They are essential. They are the difference between a student who graduates and a student who gives up. There is the difference between a classroom that thrives and one that collapses under the weight of unmet needs. We cannot stand by while the district balances its budget on the backs of our most vulnerable students and the dedicated professionals who support them. We must demand better, we must demand action, and we must do it now. The time for empty words and empty promises is over. Our students deserve better, and we must hold the district accountable to provide it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Podolsky. Katie Barrera.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine Barrera. I am a proud school psychologist at Jack Benning Middle School and the co-president of the Waukegan Psychologist and Occupational and Physical Therapist Council. I am here tonight to support our paras and to ensure that our students continue to receive the high-quality special education services, evaluations, intervention support, and mental health services they so critically need in every one of our schools. As some of you may know, about 25 school psychologists currently provide building-based supports for students, ensuring that every single building in our district has access to the services of a dedicated professional psychologist. With the fiscal challenges facing our district, this board may be considering changes to that practice, potentially leaving current vacancies unfilled and negatively impacting current building-based assignments for existing staff. Students and staff would suffer from such a change, and we urge you not to take that path. From elementary to high school, our students are facing significant emotional stress, trauma, and mental health challenges. School psychologists provide essential services that help all students, particularly those with learning disabilities and IEPs, to develop coping skills, emotional resilience, and the confidence they need to learn. We also play a key role in working with the teachers and other school staff to identify students who would benefit from services. Our work is an essential component of student academic success. Our services are much more than budget items. They are an investment in our students. When students receive mental and emotional support, they are better prepared to succeed inside and outside the classroom, now and in the future. If building-based support is altered, students will suffer from inadequate support as we are forced to manage even larger caseloads. And if existing vacancies remain unfilled, we will have more difficulty meeting the growing needs of our students. Our students deserve the best support we can provide in Waukegan schools. And as a member of our school board, we call on you to ensure that they continue to receive those critical services that all of our students need to learn and thrive in every building. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Barrera. Caitlin White.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin White. This will be my 13th school year with Waukegan Public Schools and my 11th as a computer assistant at Miguel Juarez Middle School. I believe only having 10 computer assistants for 15 elementary school and 5 middle schools is going to be extremely detrimental to our students. Teachers, office staff, and outside consultants rely on us to keep our building running. We are the first contact person for our staff members when something is wrong with any of the technology the district provides, including phones, copiers, the internet going down, Infinite Campus being down. We are the first ones to be told about it. We then immediately jump into action, troubleshooting the issues before we reach out to our network team, our systems team, or our regional technicians. A quick response from us means that the appropriate team knows what is going on sooner and is able to resolve the problem more quickly. We are there to help during our standardized tests, making sure testing runs smoothly, whether that is providing Chromebooks to students who might have forgotten their device, or troubleshooting testing issues, like a student being unable to log in after getting kicked out of a test. Students come to us all day, every day, for many different reasons. While I have seen many broken screens in my day, I have also seen Chromebooks that fail for no discernible reason. I have helped students log into their Chromebooks for the first time. I have switched the device language to Spanish for our newcomer students so that they can get into their account and immediately work with their teachers and peers. I have helped set up new teacher laptops, patiently answering any questions they might have. I have guided students and staff through changing their passwords. I have searched classrooms and offices for missing devices, calmed students down as they panicked about Chromebook fees for a single missing key. Chromebook fees, sorry. This support doesn't just happen once, it happens constantly, and it happens nearly every day. I've set up projectors and screens for bilingual department meetings, always ready with an HDMI cord and adapter. I know I'm definitely not the only computer assistant who has done this with a smile on their face.
Thank you, Ms. White. Luz, Glenda? Do we need a translator?
Excuse me.
Did she get 4?
She will get 4
Yeah.
minutes.
Gracias.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you, Ms. Brenda.
No, para que sepa, tiene 4 minutos.
Voy a leer primero todo en español y después tú lo traduces. Voy a tratar de leerlo antes de 2 minutos. Y tú también tienes que leerlo antes de 2 minutos.
Okay, lista?
Okay, so parent is just, I told her that she has 4 minutes. She said she's going to read her whole statement and she'll try to do it in under 2 minutes. And she's asked me to interpret the letter and to also try to do it under 2 minutes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, gracias por la oportunidad que me dan de estar aquí. Nos dirigimos a ustedes respetuosamente en nuestra calidad de padres de familia de Waukegan High School para expresar nuestra profunda preocupación respecto al presupuesto asignado para el programa de colegio y carrera. En la actualidad, este programa no cuenta con un consejero asignado debido a la renuncia de la señorita Berry, quien brindó apoyo y atención y orientación a nuestros estudiantes durante el ciclo escolar pasado. Por esta razón solicitamos formalmente la contratación de un consejero profesional especializado en preparación universitaria y desarrollo de carrera. Muchos de nuestros estudiantes cuentan con el potencial académico necesario para acceder a la educación superior. Sin embargo, requieren orientación y el acompañamiento de un especialista. Los padres que mandamos esta petición nos sentimos ignorados por ustedes y por la superintendente, ya que ella respondió a nuestro email. Gracias por su comentario. Señora, esto no es un comentario, esto es una petición importante para nuestros estudiantes. ¿Cómo es posible que los distritos de otros condados de ley tienen en sus escuelas 2 o 3 consejeros especialmente para preparar a los estudiantes para el colegio y la universidad? En este distrito no hay uno con experiencia en preparar a los estudiantes para la carrera. Por favor, señores miembros de la Junta, no eches a la basura nuestra petición, porque es como si echaras a la basura la voz de los padres y no te importa tener estudiantes. El presidente dijo orgullosamente, estamos orgullosos de los estudiantes, campeones. Pues si usted está orgulloso de los campeones estudiantes, entonces ayúdenlos y denles el consejero para prepararlos para la universidad.
I would like to respectfully direct to you, are the parents of Waukegan High School. We want to express deep concern in regards to the University, College, and Career Program. At this moment, the program does not have an assigned counselor due to the resignation of Ms. Berry, who would give guidance and orientation and support to our students last school year. For this reason, we formally ask that you hire somebody who specialized, a college counselor in university preparation and career. A lot of our students have the potential and academic necessary to go to higher education. However, they do require guidance of specialists who can guide them during this important process and who can let them reach their goals with success. So the parents, we are asking a petition, so please don't ignore us. And the superintendent who responded to our email, thank you for your comments. No, ma'am, this is not a comment. This is an important petition for our students. How is it possible that other districts in the Lake County have 2 or 3 college counselors that are here to help students prepare for college and university? And our district has not hired anyone who has the experience in helping students prepare for their career. Please, board members, please don't throw away our petition because it's kind of throwing away the voice of the parents and as though you don't care about our students.
Thank you very much. Next name on the list is Rebecca Trieste, but I'm going to read the next 5 names. Sherry Perkowitz, Mauricio Cruz.
Board President?
Yes, ma'am.
Just real quick, before we move on, can I also request that her statement be translated and resent to the board because that was not the full translation?
Right.
Thank you.
You are right. Okay, I'm sorry. After Rebecca Trieste, Sherry Perkowitz, Mauricio Cruz, Nancy Phillips, Michael Miller, and Mary Vakili.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Treaster. I'm a proud union member. I hope you all listen to us, hear what we have to say, and vote no. I've heard the arguments that these cuts will not affect students with IEPs, but that simply is not true. I've heard the argument we need fewer paraprofessionals because enrollment is down. What do we say to the students from my classroom this past year who did not receive their legal paraprofessional support required by their IEP? If we already do not have enough staff to provide the services students are legally entitled to receive, how can cutting more positions be a solution? And it doesn't stop with classroom paraprofessionals. Many students with IEPs rely on assistive technology, communication device, adaptive softwares every day. When their technology is not working, students lose access to instruction and the support they need. Computer technicians do not just fix computers. They keep the tools working that allow many of our most valuable students to learn, communicate, and fully participate in the classrooms. You continue to say that we need to be mindful of finances and make smart budget decisions. But if that was truly the priority, if there was genuine care, these conversations would begin with higher administration costs and leadership salaries, not by cutting the very staff who serve these students every day. A budget reflects our priorities. Right now, the message being sent is that the people who work most closely with students are the easiest to cut. Our students deserve better. Our educators deserve better. Our community deserves leaders that protect the people. Our children need us every day. They need us, our support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trieste. Sherry Perkowitz.
My name is Sherry Perkowitz. I am a 17-year veteran Waukegan teacher and a proud union member. I run the district's vocational program, and I cannot do it without my paraprofessionals because what my job is to put these kids on a bus and send them to a job site so that they can actually learn how to get a job, how to keep a job. And they go with their paraprofessionals who act as job coaches. I cannot be in 5 different locations at once. I count on these people. Now imagine what happens to me as a teacher when I'm trying to load kids on a bus and we're missing paraprofessionals. And I have to tell my students, I'm sorry, you don't get to go to work today because your job coach is not here, because they were pulled and placed with another student. So when you sit here and you say that these cuts are not affecting IEPs, they are, because these students were placed in the vocational program at their IEP meeting. And also, you've made a decision that you're going to cut the ES positions. The very people who sit in the IEP meetings to make sure that the students receive the services like the vocational program, and you're going to eliminate half of them. Now, who is going to follow up and make sure that these kids are receiving their IEP services? You've gotten rid of the paraprofessionals, you want to get rid of the ESs, and instead your plan is to float some assistant principals into these meetings who are going to act as LEAs? Think about that. Think about what a hole you're leaving in these students' IEPs.
Thank you, Ms. Perkowitz. Mauricio Cruz.
Good afternoon. I apologize if my words are a little mixed up. I was making edits to meet the 2-minute mark. We preach about growing our own while we just gave $2.8 million to 2 outside private agencies that provide counseling services earlier this year, while now simultaneously dismantling the wraparound, a year-round district program that provides free mental health support to students, families, and adults in our community. With today's vote, you take 2 out of the only 3 district employees in the wraparound, leaving the director to carry the program, which seems to be setting the program up for failure long-term. This is not the promise we made to our city when we bought this building. To add insult to injury, I quote from this vote today, elimination of these positions is not expected to have a negative impact on services being provided to students. I come here as a seasoned, born and raised member of my city, calling the bluff when I see it. Bluff because the support for the wraparound was there when it was time to acquire this new building, but not to sustain it long term. Programs like this are difficult to build, but they are much easier to slowly and quietly take away until one day they no longer exist. I fear that today's decision is the beginning of that process, and I fear that you, all in this room, consciously or subconsciously acknowledge this with that vote. Growing up in Waukegan, I see my own mom, dad, brother, and sister, and each one of the persons that we service. I see myself in every one of those children that walk down those stairs. And I'm here firsthand to tell you that these positions are an expendable budget cut. And I'd hate to believe that these services to them could be in jeopardy following today's vote. Per my union, I've been offered multiple different positions within the district. So if my salary can be kept within the district budget, why can't the integrity of the program? It pains me to stand up here today and sing the same old song. In Waukegan, we take 1 step forward just to take 2 steps backwards.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Nancy Phillips.
Good evening. I formally request the review of transportation policy regarding the out-of-boundary school assignments for working family logistics. We recently moved here to Waukegan last year. My son is his first year at school at the Waukegan Park District. Upon registration, we were informed that his designated home school, Clearview, was fully booked. Consequently, he was assigned to Washington Elementary. I therefore submitted a request to the district for transportation for my son to be picked up at daycare. I received a notification the transportation request was denied because the daycare falls outside of Washington Elementary's boundary. I am a full-time mom that works. My husband also works. We need transportation for my son. And it dawns me that I'm here for my specific issue, but you have 2 full rooms of people asking for you not to cut their jobs. How are you going to cut jobs and you have an overbooking issue in your school? That doesn't make any sense. So I ask you, not just for my family who is requesting the transportation policy to be reviewed because I don't think that it's fair for working parents, but also for the staff who are here voicing out their opinion about their jobs and their livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Michael Miller.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michael Miller.
I want to first start off by saying, I am a Glenwood Tiger. I am a Jefferson Jaguar.
Come on.
And I am a Waukegan West Raider. And I say that with pride. My son attends what was formerly Webster's, now Edith Smith. So I say that to make the point. My son is a legacy student here at Waukegan. So, as a parent of a Waukegan School District student, I'm also representing a little something different. My son is a special needs student. Paraprofessionals, I want to emphasize professionals, are critical to my son's education. They are in many ways much more than educators. They are an extension of my family. I personally know a few paraprofessionals in this room, and I think very highly of them. Waukegan is experiencing a growth right now. A growth in businesses, I think we've seen those. There's been a growth in population. There's definitely been a growth in property values. Is this really the best time to be cutting? Do we want to miss out on this growth? Let me wrap up by saying to the superintendent, you may not remember this, but you and I had an interaction some years ago. There was an issue with my son, was dealing with a bullying issue in his class. And I came to you personally, and you intervened. And that meant a lot to me. And I'm asking you today, intervene again. Don't get rid of these educators. Paraprofessionals are educators. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mehdi Vakili. And the next names on the list are Magda Beltran, Samuel Thomas, Ray Vukovic, Ann Rolquillo, and Randy Sebecki. Go ahead, sir.
Evening. Most of you know me. I'm Mehdi Vakili. First and foremost, I am a parent. I still have one student in Waukegan schools. And let me also say that Waukegan is the district that taught me what a school should be. Because my education sucked. I want to hit you guys with a couple of statistics. According to the Economic Policy Institute, every dollar that we spend on educating children has a return on investment of 400% ad infinitum. That means that it's not just the student that's returning that investment, their children, and on. Literally ad infinitum. According to all of the research that I have ever seen, the greatest corporate return is 300% for a period of 90 days. At the end of 366 days, that typically evens out to about 28%. And that's incredibly rare. Education's investment is never rare. It is consistent. And it has been that way since we started tracking the numbers. Given that reality, one has to question why we would want to cut an investment literally in our future, because we're not, yes, these are children, but these are our future. They're our legacy. I have the privilege of working in one of Waukegan's schools. And I have the privilege of working with elementary students. My average second grader that works with me in small group reads at a 6th grade level. That's my average second grader.
Thank you, Mr. Vakili. Magda Beltran.
Hello, my name is Magda Beltran. My daughter is Frankie Beltran, a student at Jack Benny Middle School, grade 8. I've been asking since 5th grade for the elevator to be fixed. It has cerebral palsy and has a walker. I I've been asking, and I've asked every single year, even before she even got to Jack Benny. Since 5th grade in Clearview, I was asking, and nobody has done anything about it. It's been in every single IEP, a discussion. Everybody has made excuses for not being able to fix it. She's not going to be the first student who's going to need this elevator to be fixed, nor the last. I feel ignored. I had 7 IEPs last year. I have no problem having a discussion with anybody. What I have a problem with is promises not being kept. I have been thinking about my daughter's future since day one. When she was in Clearview, I was asking for the elevator to be fixed in Benny. I was looking for her future. I was assured it would be fixed before she got there, and it was not. Why haven't you all not thought about students with special needs? My daughter needs the elevator. Her home school is Clearview, and she shouldn't have to go anywhere else but her home school. It should be fixed. Her class should have not moved because of a non-working elevator. They are adjusting, but it's not good enough. Fix the problem. She is not the first student, and she won't be the last. I want to say that again because there's a lot of kids with special needs. Visual, you have elderly people, you have people who have just disabilities in general that need to have the elevator. I feel like I've paid attention to her needs, but I feel that you all are not paying attention to these students and the needs of all the students that are there. I feel like there's been a blind eye turned to her IEP and IEPs in general, and people are backstepping. It's shameful. You're not paying attention to IEPs or 504s.
Thank you, Ms. Beltran. Samuel Thomas.
Good evening. My name is Samuel Thomas. I am a proud union member. I am also the president of the Paraprofessional Union. Thank you. I'm here to speak to you all and to encourage you to vote no on this reduction. I understand that the district has its needs and there are different options available, but this is not the best one that is going to benefit our students the most. When you cut away these positions, you are literally ripping the resources and the support from these students' hands. We are the ones who get the students off the bus in the morning. We are the ones that make sure that they have breakfast, lunch, and that all of their needs are being satisfied in order for them to have a conducive learning environment. When you take away the computer assistance, that is how, through technology, it is how they are accessing their education. If we cut that department in half, that is literally half of the resources that we should be providing these students. When you cut away the bilingual tutors, that is taking away access to the communication. As a sign language interpreter myself, and you're seeing me interpret this meeting for one of my former students, because that is how much I care about these kids. It is removing away the access, and it's not allowing them to thrive. And I encourage you all to vote no. There are better options out there that could be taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Ray Vukovic.
Board President, did we possibly skip over a name? Because I have seen this woman standing, and we do have Mr. Alba kind of.
Okay. What is your name?
Sorry, Mr. Vukovic. We
Are you on the
appreciate your
list?
flexibility.
Oh, okay. Tell me, what is your name again?
Antonia Ocampo.
Ocampo? Antonia?
Antonia.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let me put you on the list here. Right in. Okay, Antonia Ocampo.
My name is Antonia Ocampo, proud union member, District 60 parent, and staff member. I am here today concerned about the proposal to cut half of the computer assistants. I myself am a computer assistant. Technology is no longer an extra resource. It's an essential part of learning for our students. Students use technology every day to learn their lessons. Teachers use technology every day. computer assistants not only keep technology running by responding to technical problems throughout the day, Chromebook, teacher laptops, projectors, microphones, printers, and so on. Most of our job is behind the scenes. But is it really? No. We also help with students by supporting during small groups, supervising lunch and recess, after-school clubs, coaching, and more. The district's plan to have the remaining computer assistants assigned to Lincoln Center and send them out to cover multiple buildings is not only doubling their workload, but the wait times for repairs. Have you thought about the state and district testing? During testing windows, every school requires immediate technical support. If a computer assistant is assigned to multiple buildings and testing issue occurs in multiple schools at the same time, how will you determine what school has priority over the next? Double the workload and longer wait times for repairs, but the most affected will be our students. Anytime a student is without working device means loss of time learning. You say this is a difficult decision to make, but was it a difficult decision to accept a raise?
Thank you, Mr. Ocampo. Ray Vukovich.
I'd like to say good evening, but it's not a good evening for these people, 23 people that don't know what their future is. Mr. Rodriguez, have you looked at the calendar? Today is July the 28th. What the hell is going on here? 3 weeks until school starts? This should have been a spring issue. This should have been dealt with in April. But, no, it couldn't be dealt with in April or May or June because this board had to have special meeting after special meeting after special meeting to discuss the superintendent's contract. One person. They had to meet and meet and meet to talk about the superintendent. Now, at the budget meeting, they talked about $10 to $11 million worth of cuts. And less than a week later, they extend her contract. She had another year left on it. That wasn't good enough. We had to add 4 more. But these people don't know in 3 weeks how they're going to feed their family. Shame on you. Any of you that vote on that, shame on you. You look at, there's a letter that the superintendent sent out, and she quoted in there that over 4,000 students this population has declined in the last 10 years. Guess who's been the superintendent for the last 10 years? Why wasn't this problem identified earlier? You, the administration, made recommendation after recommendation to add and spend, and now it's going to be on the backs of these people. Your income, state of Illinois, 2014, was it $80 million? This year you're expected to get $171 million. More money each and every year that she's been here from the state of Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Vukovich. Ann Roquillo.
My name is Ann Roquillo, and I am a proud union member. Good evening, members of the board. This year marks my 3rd year teaching in Waukegan, and during that time, I have had the privilege of working alongside some of the most extraordinary paraprofessionals I have ever met. When people think about education, they often picture the classroom teacher, but every successful classroom is built by a team, and paraprofessionals are an essential part of that team. As a special education teacher, I see firsthand the impact they make every day. Their support allows teachers like me to focus on instruction while ensuring students receive the individualized support they need to succeed. Without them, our schools, and especially our most vulnerable students, would lose an invaluable source of care and consistency. What makes paraprofessionals extraordinary is the heart they bring to their work. They show up each day with compassion, patience, dedication, and unwavering commitment to children. They celebrate successes, support students through challenges, build trust think, relationships, and treat every child as if they were their own. I chose to speak because some things are simply too important to stay silent about. Our paraprofessionals deserve to know that they are seen, valued, and appreciated. Before I end, I want to speak directly to every paraprofessional listening. Please recognize the difference you make every single day, even when your work goes unnoticed. Thank you for everything you do for our students, our teachers, and our schools. I respectfully ask the board to carefully consider the impact these cuts will have not only on the adults who will lose their jobs, but also on the students who depend on their support every single day. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sophia. Randy Sabecki?
Good evening. So we're talking about cutting paraprofessionals tonight. But yet, the last board meeting, you guys extended her contract another 4 years. Not year to year, like we've been saying, and this board's been voting year to year contracts. We went up 4 years, pay raises and bonuses every year. Now, a true leader that cared would have restructured their contract, take a pay deduction to keep the ones they say they care about, the ones that do the work. You know, when it comes down to the classrooms and they're short, substitutes, teachers, we collapse classes, we add the students to other classes and put more work on these guys. Top administration in this building don't show up to help. They don't go to substitute. That's their job too. I was appalled at that letter you sent to the parents last night. If you read it, you said earlier this summer you guys made administrative cuts. Could you let me know what administrative cuts you made? Because the only administrative cuts that were made were the ones that have been vacant for over a year. That's what was cut. Just like you said in that letter, the positions that were not filled, you're going to cut because they're not filled. But administration didn't get a cut. I told you many, many months. I sit up this mic and I attend all these meetings. Some of us know what's going on. Because we do show up and attend every single meeting. You guys vote for anything. You know, we want to cut people tonight, but we keep sending board members to conferences. How are you helping the students going on conferences? It doesn't help our students. You guys don't bring none of that knowledge back. Don't hear about it. It's vacations. That's why you guys vote the way you do. I wish each and every one here tonight would have showed up at the last meeting to say no to this superintendent. She's been here 10 years. Look at the state report cards. They have not changed in 10 years. They've went down. And another question real quick before my time runs out. You guys approved, the board approved a fence, a decorative fence for Lincoln Center. Where is it? You guys
Thank you,
collected
Mr.
insurance
Sabecki.
money and it's still not there. So what happened to that money?
Thank you, Mr. Becky. And the next 5 names on the list are Jennifer Quesada, Natalie Villarreal, Carol Chimondo, Ysenio Briscoe, and Beth Rogers. Okay, Ms. Quesada.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer, and I'm a proud parent and alumni of this district. I am coming to you today because I'm angry. I understand budgets, but it should not come to the expense of our scholars' education and safety. The proposed cuts to paraprofessionals, staff, safety is truly unacceptable and troubling. The paras are constantly helping our children with needs the scholar might need. My son elopes from his classroom, and if it wasn't for his para, sped teacher, or security, he would be out of the door, headed to the park around the corner. My daughter, who struggled with reading, and thanks to the one-on-one help given to her by Ms. Gibbs, Ms. M, she would not be where she is at. Paras make a difference in our scholars' lives. That when they dream, like my daughter, that wants to go to Harvard, she has paras, teachers, and staff that believe in her and tell her that she will do it. Security is a big concern every school morning. I trust this district with the most important people in my life, and that's my children. We should never have to wonder if our scholars are safe and if there is enough staff in the building. Before eliminating the people who work directly with their students every day, I asked the board to look at unnecessary administrative positions. And leadership should be willing to share the sacrifice before asking our scholars, teachers, paraprofessionals, and staff to carry the burden. The biggest question I have to the board, did you know about the budget, and why did you give this superintendent a raise that has given us the bare minimum, not even a doctorate? It's been 10 years. And also, Ms. Placencia, why did you take a raise knowing our budget? The board, To the board, please hear us before election time because we are parents and we are taking notes. Who we can trust with our scholars' education. I urge you to answer these questions and to vote no to the budget cuts that affect our scholars every day.
Thank you, Ms. Katara. Natalie Villarreal.
Hello, everyone. My name is Natalie Villarreal. I'm an alumni also from Waukegan, class of 02. I have two children, one who's on the spectrum and the other has a learning disability. Both have IEPs. My children have special bonds with their paras. As much as my son adores his teacher, he never calls her by name. But when it comes to his paras, he calls them out loud. That's the special bond that these paras do for our children. I came to speak to all of you today because if you decide to terminate 50 plus paraprofessionals, not only does it affect their livelihood, but affects our educators, and most importantly, it affects our children. Every IEP meeting me and my husband have attended, we have always vouched for our child's teacher because he or she is in charge of 20 plus kids. Some of them who need more help than others, and that's when our paras come in. They help the student in need. They help the teacher with everyone so they could all be on track. And I ask you today, to the board, what if one of these students was your child? What if they were your grandchild, your niece, or your nephew? Will you be okay with yourself if you hurt their academic future? Will you be okay hurting our educators, knowing that they could struggle if they don't have the help that they need to help these students succeed? Teachers and paras help shape the future, one student at a time. I ask you to please not hurt our children's future. Please do not hurt District 60's future. A paraprofessional is not just an assistant. They are heroes to our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Carol Gimondo.
Thank you. I apologize for the time. First of all, before I start my own speech, I want to say I feel kind of guilty and embarrassed because I came for another reason, my own struggle, and I'm just astounded. As a resident of Waukegan for many years, 79 grad from Raiders, and a teacher in the district for almost 20 years. This is very impressive. I love that all of you feel this strongly. It's so important. And as a teacher and a sub, I want to say that the paraprofessionals that I encountered in this district over my career, and Mr. Christmas, I don't know what I would have done without you as a sub. You know, we come in and we don't have passwords and things like we used to as teachers. And that man is what got me started and helped me to, give the students that I was in a long-term position for the quality that they deserve. So thank you. And please forgive me because now I have my own thing I have to take care of. Good evening, all of you, President, members of the board, and superintendent. My name is Carol Gimondo. I'm a 79 graduate. I'm a retired teacher currently serving District 60 as a substitute teacher. I'm here this evening because I have exhausted every reasonable avenue available to resolve a simple payroll matter. I never imagined I would have to stand before the board to ask to be paid for work that I was asked to perform, that I completed, and that my principal approved. But here I am. For months now, I've repeatedly attempted to resolve this matter through payroll and human resources. I've explained that my principal directed the work, approved the payroll, and submitted it for processing. I have offered documentation showing that substitutes have been assigned and paid additional units in other district buildings over a period of years. I even provided the names of employees who were willing to share payroll records verifying that practice.
Thank you, Mr. Gimondo.
You have the letter.
Miss Virginia Briscoe?
Good afternoon, Board. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Wygina Briscoe. I am an advocate in this community. I have been coming to almost every board meeting for the last 4 or 5 years. If I don't come, I watch it. I have been advocating for your students. It is good to see all of you here, because when I'm here advocating for you guys, there's hardly no one here. You guys need to know when are there school board meetings, and come to these school board meetings and educate yourself on what's happening in this district. You will understand what is happening with the budget. You will understand why they are cutting what they're cutting. Educate yourself. If you are not, come to these school board meetings. I am here. I have no kids here in this district, but I bet you I can tell you exactly what's happening here. And as parents, I also sub in the district. I understand the value of subs. I have been in classrooms and I don't know what I would have done without them. I understand the value, but educating yourself on what's happening with these budget cuts, to me, is more important than coming out in these numbers. Understand when the school board are having meetings. Come to these meetings. Educate yourself on what's happening. And then you will understand why they're doing the cuts that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Briscoe. Okay, the next names on the list, I'm going to read a few names. This one I can't make out. Rogers is the first name, Beth? Yes. Okay, and then Marguerite Maite, is that correct? Margarita, Veronica Castro, Rita Maldonado, and Abigail, I can't really make out the last name. Is that Abigail? Okay. Okay, Ms. Rogers.
Good evening. I'm a product of WPS 60, class of 90, Waukegan West Raiders. My daughter is also a product of the district, who now is employed by the district. And she is a para. And she has been for 2 years. And I listen to her come home every day of how she has impacted a child's education. How she has seen them laugh and cry, and how they just light up when they get it from her helping them. You cannot take these paras away from these children. My daughter had an IEP. I don't think she would have graduated without it. She needs these services as long as these kids do. I've been to the school, I see the paras do the work. And I challenge every board member to go to these schools and do these paras jobs and see how long you last. It is not an easy job. So when you go and you do their job and you want to start cutting it, then go back to your office and sit down and say, what can I do different to keep these amazing people teaching our children? And what can I do different in my position, or where can I make that cut different? Because I come from corporate America, and I watch it every day where cuts are made at the bottom, but yet they bring in the high dollar people when you make them low budget cuts. And it's not fair. Every day someone's looking. They come to school to eat. Look at everyone out here right now. I want everyone to look at these people. You take their job away, where do you think they're going to eat once school starts? They're going to struggle. While you all are at your conferences, in your vacations, in your offices that have air conditioning that work. They don't.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Margarita Maite. Okay, we're going to be translating again. Okay, we'll need 4 minutes on the timer, please.
Okay.
Which is Veronica? Oh, you're Veronica Castro. Okay, I got this name here, Margarita. She's not here? Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Castro. Senora Castro.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Verónica Castro. Soy miembro del comité del BIPAC, que es el Comité de Padres Bilingües. Hoy vengo a apoyar a todos los paraprofesionales, ya que me preocupa escuchar que se podrían eliminar más de 50 puestos de ellos. Y también sé que despidieron a 10 tutores bilingües y a Mr. Tim, que era el director de la educación especial, y a los padres no se les comunicó. Muchos padres de educación especial me han preguntado y nos han preguntado al comité qué está pasando en el distrito.
¿Va a ser una pausa o lo tiene todo escrito?
Sí.
Okay.
Ajá.
Todo va a terminar. Okay, she's gonna finish, sorry.
¿Qué está pasando en el distrito que no nos toman en cuenta y no nos avisan, no nos mandan información sobre los cambios que ustedes están haciendo con el personal? A la hora de votar, yo creo que ustedes piensan que están votando en contra de los maestros o las personas, pero en realidad están votando en contra de nuestros estudiantes y de su futuro académico. Deben de tomar más en cuenta en eso. Más padres están afuera, ahorita allá no los dejaron pasar. Queremos que seamos escuchados. Y no nos sigan ignorando. Tenemos, creo que el poder, ¿verdad? Como ustedes nos lo han dicho y ustedes nos han dicho que somos bienvenidos para cualquier cosa que tengamos, pues entonces queremos que sea real y que sea verdadero. Si no hay dinero para eso, no debe de haber dinero para otras cosas. Espero que todo esto cambie para bien de todos.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Veronica Castro. I am a member of the BPAC, which is the Bilingual Parent Committee. Today I'm here to support the paraprofessionals. I am worried to hear that they might be eliminating 50 positions of theirs, and also that they might be letting go 10 bilingual tutors and Mr. Tim Kirshner, who was the director of special education. A lot of parents come to us asking us what is happening in the district. Why are not being taken into account when these meetings are taking place? Why are they not being communicated when these meetings are taking place and when these cuts are happening? At the time of your vote, please don't vote against the teachers. I'm sorry, ustedes a la hora de votar no votan en contra del maestro.
Take a breath.
Ustedes a la hora de votar no votan en contra del maestro. Okay, at the time of voting, don't vote against the teachers because then you're voting against our students and their academic future. There are a lot of parents that are outside and that they didn't let them pass that want to be heard by you. So please don't ignore our petitions and our participation.
Okay, también quiero pedir que las cosas pues se mejoren y cambien y se tome más en cuenta a los padres.
So I do want to ask that things change and that parents are taken into account.
Y sobre todo que haya mucho apoyo para todos los estudiantes. En nuestro programa bilingüe hay algunas cosas que pueden cambiar porque no está funcionando muy bien con los directivos, ¿verdad? No los directivos, sino con los miembros del BPAC. Entonces, somos un apoyo y una voz para los padres. Necesitamos que en realidad estén con nosotros y que hagan más peticiones los padres y que se involucren más. Son todos bienvenidos, como ustedes nos han dicho, pero necesitamos que sea verdad eso.
And most of all, we need support for the students. And there are a lot of things that are wrong with the bilingual, the BPAC program.
Okay, well, next names on the list, I'm going to go with Rita Maldonado, Abigail, I can't make out the last name.
Maldonado.
Right, what is that last name for Abigail?
Maldonado.
Okay, Theodore Gill, and this one I can't make out, last name is Brown, what is that first name, Eshmeri or something?
Do we have a Brown, Mr. Brown?
What is it? Ishanti. Okay, and then Dr. Lynn Florian and Sandra Zambale. And then we have another list of some individuals that are outside of this room. We want to make sure that everybody has a chance to speak, wants to speak, so we're not shutting out anybody that's not in this room. Okay, so Rita Maldonado?
Yes, hi, good evening. Thank you so much for this time. A returning paraprofessional, thankfully for the 4th year this year. I've met really great people and they're like family now. Here to speak though as a mother and to plead with you for our children's future. I have 2 children. One is 6 and 1 is 3. We'll be starting pre-K. And she's a special needs. One will be starting 1st grade, and she's also special needs. That's not something that was under my control. It was something that God has given me, and they're precious, precious. And I'm here to plead with you for the other parents that cannot make it today because they're probably working or they just had other duties. Because at my 1st year as a para, what I saw at the school, I could not believe that in a special needs class like STEP, one child had a revolving door of paras coming through, 4 paras within 6 months. And you tell me that there's not enough money, but you had money to pay staffing agencies, which will charge you double what our pay is, because we didn't have enough paras at that moment. So why are you deleting or taking away who you already hired right now? And giving yourself a bad name, because now they're gonna go out to the world and say, hey, you know what? I got hired and then I couldn't work. What is that putting us in? You know, it's hard enough to keep people. It's hard enough to hire people. Then just let us, keep the good people that we have right now. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you very much. Next name is Abigail. Is there an Abigail here?
I'm right here. Actually, Atempa. Abigail Atempa.
Can you spell it, please?
Atempa.
Thank you very much.
Do you want me to repeat it twice?
Got it.
Okay. Hi, my name is Abigail Atempa. I'm born and raised in Waukegan and a Bulldog at heart. Before I took the computer assistant job, I was a sped para. You don't seem to understand how essential we are, but to our students on a daily basis, we have to be mentally and physically prepared every day to assist our students. I'm a computer assistant now at Jack Benny, and I'm asking you guys to vote no to not to remove our computer assistant positions because we are very valuable in our building. We are the first ones to get called if any technology issue happens in the buildings. It feels like everyone seems to come to our office and tell us what is going on. It seems like everybody is running around and asking us so many questions, and we have to get involved with our regional techs. What is your plan with those 10 computer assistants left? What are you going to provide transportation, or will you have them use their own car to reimburse back their money for their mileage? What if they don't have a car? What about the gas reimbursement? What if they don't drive? What is the plan then? I'm asking you guys to vote no to not get rid of our computer assistant jobs, and also not to get rid of our para-position assistants, because we are very essential in our building and our students need us every day on their daily needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tempa. Theodore Gill?
Good evening, board members. My name is Theodore Gill. I'm a paraprofessional and a proud union member and a union rep at John Lewis Middle School. I'm also a 14-year veteran. I have 2 Bronze Stars and a Silver Star, and I've been shot 3 times in combat. Wow. I finally found a purpose to have somebody to do something for. And when I came to John Lewis, that was it. Being a computer assistant, I provided them with the best technology that they could ever have, that they ever had. And I couldn't have done that without the support and help with all the other CAs in here. By cutting us, I believe that they will go back to the Stone Age. And we're just not computer assistants, we're mentors. We talk to kids, we pray with kids, we cry with kids, we hug kids, we teach them the right from wrong. Without that guidance, they're gonna be lost. And if we're not there to help them with the other paraprofessionals, everybody's gonna be lost. And I just don't want this for the district. I didn't make that sacrifice for this to go to the wayside. I dedicated myself to this district. I've been with the district 5 years, and I committed myself to this district just for that reason. So I would ask you to vote no. Don't cut us.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Ashante Brown?
Good evening, board members and member of our community. My name is Ishanti Brown. I'm a proud graduate of Waukegan High School. One day, I want to come back, but not as a student, but as a teacher. For 12 years, this school was my second home, and the greatest lesson I learned did not come from textbook. They came from teachers, paraprofessional, office staff, and custodian. These people show up every single day for students, and also the schools are not built by buildings, the schools are built by people. And when we lose good people, our students lose something no budget can replace. So tonight, I ask you to remember not only your responsibility as a board member, but also the reason why you chose education in the first place. These positions are not on spreadsheet. These are trusted adults, they are mentors, they are role models. They are people who help student success every single day. So tonight, I ask you one question. If teachers and staff didn't create these problems, why are they the ones to pay the price? Every budget is a choice, and every choice shows what we value. But after a long night, the community will remember what decision, what been said, who been said, and what we value. Protect our teachers, protect our staff, but most importantly, protect our paraprofessionals. Because when we protect people who believe in our children, we protect the future of Waukegan itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you. Dr. Lynn Florian.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Lynn Florian. I'm a proud alumni from class of 1981. Proud Bulldog, went to Jefferson, West Grade School. So I've been in this community my entire life. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. I understand what it's like to have a room full of people that are unhappy with you, being an alderman. I also understand the challenges of balancing a budget. While I cannot speak as eloquently and passionately as those that spoke before me, I urge you to consider how cutting these positions makes classrooms in our community less safe, less efficient, and less equitable. My stepson, who lives in Georgia, has a 13-year-old Down syndrome child. I hate to think of what his life would be without the help he gets from his paraprofessionals. So I commend all of you who do this difficult job, and I commend all of you who are brave enough to come up here and speak. I speak in front of the community all the time, but I know for people who don't do this as often as I do, it's not easy. So thank you for all of you for filling this room and for being brave enough to come up here and tell your story. These kind of things matter, and I'll be anxious to see how it affects the way the vote goes today. The other thing I wanted to talk about, last time I was here, you guys asked me to help with the vaping issue. You mentioned that vaping has become a big problem in the schools. So I took that back to the city, alumni, the city staff, and we are going to have a grant in December where they will go to the vape stores with underage people trying to see if they will sell to them or not. We did do a sting operation recently, and 9 of the shops were found to be selling products they were not supposed to sell. So at least we did that. But in December, there will be the...
Thank you, Dr. Florian. Sandra Zamblay. And let me just read the next names on the list. These are the last names. Pravin Vakili, Diana Baerga, Cindy Guarama, Cara Hernandez Ruiz, Antonio Campos, and Philip Christmas Jr. Okay, Ms. Humbley.
Okay, good evening. My name is Sandra Zamble, and I am a 20-plus year teacher in the district. I'm also a Waukegan parent. So I do understand the need for prioritizing the budget. Everyone wants to get their budget balanced. But the district's priority is also student achievement. And research affirms that to succeed, a student must thrive both academically and emotionally. Paraprofessionals provide this holistic support. Our paras, especially in my school, but in the district, they are stellar. They are the ones who provide not only instructional support, but they provide the hugs, the words of encouragement. They provide that support that makes the day of the students. Our students look for their paras, and they help them to learn. Every one of them, including our techs, are a student's person. And that goes not just for the techs and the paras, but for everyone. They are not ancillary. They are a vital part of our school culture and community. They impact student data. They're not an afterthought. They help student achievement, which is our district's priority. So this year, we lost, sadly, a first grader to a brain aneurysm. One of our paras, whose job might be impacted, along with the teacher, spent the entire Saturday comforting that family, providing support and help to that surviving sibling who was a third grader. This was not in her job description. She did it because she cares. She went above and beyond. She did it because she prioritized students. Can we do the same in this district? Paras and our techs are a vital part, again, of our educational community. Please revisit and reconsider. Thank you.
Pravin Vakili.
Good afternoon. Before I start, I am not a good speaker. Please forgive me.
Bring the mic down.
I have 4 grandchildren who did go to Waukegan District schooling, and the people who helped them were wonderful. Our teachers do not have enough time, or they don't have enough time to take care of the children the way they should. Therefore, these people who help them, these professionals, are very important. I am wondering what you guys are thinking. Really, what are you thinking? What are in your mind? Those children are the future of this country, this state, this city. Why don't we think about them? We should think about them before ourselves, because they are our futures. I've been looking at this and I'm thinking, how can everybody help? I'm agreed there are problems with the budgets, but I am sure there are other ways to cut the budget instead of getting the children, just ignore. What are we doing? We are ignoring our futures. We are ignoring our children. And I think that's the biggest crime that anyone or any society can commit. Please, do not do this to your future. Maybe we are old. It doesn't affect us, but it will affect our country. It will affect our state. It would affect our futures. If we educate our children, they will know how to live better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vakili. Diana, is it Bayerga? I have your name 2 different places spelled differently both times. Can you spell it for me, please?
Diana Bayerga.
B-A-E-R-G-A, right?
Correct.
That's what I thought.
So does my time start when I start talking?
It hasn't started yet. It'll start when you start talking.
Good evening, board and my community. All of you know me, most of you on the school board. I have a child with autism who's 17 years old. My son was lost on the bus. If it wasn't for paraprofessionals to help him get back, go out of the way to call me to say, you know, he is here, is in proper place. He eloped from Cook Magnet. If it wasn't for the paraprofessional going to grab my son before he was walking onto 120, it would have been different. There's numerous of paras that have worked with Sir Ian. Now Sir Ian is talking. It is so important. And as you know, also Superintendent Placencia, I always have advocated for autism. I have always been here, and what's happening, I'm from my heart, and the paraprofessionals and the teachers, and as a community, Sir Ian has grown so much since then. He's talking, he's doing life, he's learning, he's shaving, he's doing all these things that without the support of the paraprofessionals and the Waukegan Public District, along with the team, and as a parent, he would not be there. I'm asking you that your hearts are touched, and that you hear our hearts, and that you hear the cries of these paraprofessionals who work so hard for us. It's not okay. You know, this is an injustice. We have to do better. We have to do better. I want to just yell out Don Johnson, the late, great Don Johnson, who has stirred me. I think we should clap for her. Dr. Shipley. These are all advocates in the community who have fought for this. You all know me. I really ask you to consider Superintendent Placencia's about this decision and where we could possibly relook at it, table it, and the school is about to start. It is so important. They meet him. My son Harley, well, he's verbal, but he knows his para's name. He calls for them. When there's breaks, he kind of digresses because of that love and the connection. And love doesn't have words. I know my time's running out. We were not to denounce what was said because you guys do a great job from the lady who was up here. That's
Thank you,
blasphemy,
Ms.
and we don't
Prager.
receive it.
Hey, Cindy Guadarrama, is it Guadarrama?
Hi, my name is Cindy Guadarrama. I am a parent of District 60. I heard about this meeting not too long ago, maybe about an hour ago, and I had no idea this was going on. I'm a bonus parent, barely have a kid and barely learning how to be a parent. But my kid last year, all he did was talk about Miss Lena, his paraprofessional. Miss Lena that, Miss Lena that. That just told me how much these people impact these children. I don't know whose bright idea it was to want to cut 50 paraprofessionals, but you are robbing these kids from their future. You are sabotaging every step that they're worked hard for today and tomorrow and the future. So when the test scores are lower than last year, I hope when you go to sleep, you think about what you did to bring those test scores lower than they already are, because I've heard about them. And I wish I would have came here sooner and knew where I'm barely educating myself on what's going on here, but you will be seeing me more often here. Because the truth is, my child, he has a future. He scored higher than all the fourth graders in reading, math. And I do not want to see him progress. I want to see him progress. I don't want him to move backwards. I want him to move forward. So please tonight, think about this and vote no. Because these children, this is their future. And don't jeopardize that for them.
Thank you very much. Cara Hernandez Ruiz.
Hi, everybody. My name is Karen Hernandez Ruiz. I'm asking all of you guys tonight to vote no. Vote no because our children deserve better. Every time the district says it puts students first, those words should be reflected in your actions. Tonight, your vote will show us whether those words truly mean something. One teacher cannot do it all. One teacher cannot teach an entire classroom while also giving individualized support to students with disabilities, students learning English, students struggling academically, and students who simply need extra guidance. That is exactly why paraprofessionals exist. They are not a luxury, they are not expendable, and they are essential. When you eliminate paraprofessionals, you are not just cutting jobs. You are taking away support from children who need it the most. You are making classrooms harder to manage. You are placing even more pressure on teachers who are already expected to do the impossible. And I have to ask, if Waukegan Public Schools is not facing a financial crisis, then why are the people working directly with our children paying the price? Why are the cuts happening in our classrooms instead of starting with higher paid administrative positions? If sacrifices truly have to be made, then leadership should lead by example. Balancing a budget cut should never come at the expense of a child's education or a family's livelihood. Every paraprofessional here has bills to pay, families to support, and students who depend on them every single day. Those students will feel these cuts long after tonight's meeting is over. So I ask each and one of you, even the one that's not looking at everybody who's talking, I wonder what her name is, but I ask of you to think beyond the numbers on a spreadsheet. Think about the child who finally succeeds because someone took the time to help them. Think about the teacher who depends on the extra set of hands. Think about the families whose children deserve every opportunity to succeed. Tonight, you have a choice. Stand with your students, stand with our educators, stand with the paraprofessionals who make Waukegan Public Schools stronger
Thank you
every
very
single
much.
day. Thank you.
Philip Christmas Jr.
Excuse me. Okay, good evening, board members and fellow District 60 members, parents, community, etc. My name is Philip Christmas Jr. I want to just say that, first off, I'm a byproduct of Waukegan. I'm a graduate of Waukegan High Bulldogs, 02. I attended Jack Benny as well. I also attended McCall Elementary. I'd just like to say, first off, it takes a village to raise a child. And right now, you see our village members. We're in this room. There may be moments where a lot of us may have needed to be here earlier. Now that I'm more aware, I will be more present. However, speaking as a computer assistant, but also more important as a paraprofessional, and I'm sure my fellow paras can attest to this, we wear many hats, as I'm sure many people in this room do. Our duties as a computer assistant didn't just involve Chromebooks. It didn't just involve MacBooks and setting accounts up. We were big brothers, dads, stepdads, a lot of different things to students. Every morning, I have the privilege and honor to look at community members, parents, grandparents, children that greet us to welcome them into the building and set the tone for the day. Our influence in the building is necessary. I look at the eyes of different community members all the time, and I see how important it is to be there. That's why I had an urgency, and I still have a sense of urgency about what it takes to be there. It's important that every last one of us in this room, beyond these rooms, are present in these children's lives. They depend on us, they need us. The needs of technology itself grew after COVID. A lot of people didn't expect for our district to go one-to-one and have every school with a Chromebook. Surprise, COVID happened. So now that that occurred, there was more needs that needed to be accommodated. We became on-site regional technicians in a sort. We consorted with the regional techs when the little stuff couldn't be handled and they had to handle the major. I apologize for running over time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Antonio Campos. Antonio Campos? Okay, no, it's a different name. It's Antonio Campos. Okay. All right, and that is it.
Same one.
Would you pass it? I'm sorry, public comment is over now, okay? Thank you. Next item, item 10, consent agenda academics, I see none. Consent agenda for operations, there is none. And,
We do have 11A.
oh, yes, we do, I'm sorry. We do have 11A. Next page, thank you. That is approval of board resolution, annual waiver of facilities use fee for certain nonprofits.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Education authorize the superintendent to approve the annual resolution of waiver of facilities use fees for certain non-for-profit as has been done in recent years.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mr. Riddle,
Second.
second by Ms. Fabian. Any discussion on that motion?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
Okay, when we first brought forth this issue regarding, excuse me, waivers for groups to use our buildings, and they should, okay? But we have granted more waivers after we put and talked about not granting waivers. They cost money. They cost the district money. And I've said this before, so it's no surprise, okay, to people that if we're going to let people use the buildings, we can't keep losing money because we are waiving fees. And I also understand that there's organizations and agencies, they work with the kids. Okay, that's okay. Okay, that's great. However, the board put in a policy about waivers when we did that a while back, and ever since then, we have granted more waivers, which again cost money, than we ever have done before. So I'm going to be voting no on this.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Ms. Fabian?
I just want to thank the administration for putting together the spreadsheet on the impact that these waivers have with our students. Many of you know that I used to run the facility requests, and yes, we are seeing more waivers because that policy is more clear, and now it goes to the board, where previously it did not. When I'm looking at the impact of our students, all of these waivers, none of those organizations are charging our community or our students for their services. And so for me, the impact and the value that they bring, such as the Boys and Girls Club, outweigh what the cost to the district is because they're still serving our students. So again, I want to thank the administration who took the time to put the number of students impacted through all of these waivers. That really helped me paint a clear picture of the resources that they are bringing in.
Thank you, Ms. Fabian. Ms. Ramirez?
We also need to make a note that most of the people who are getting fee waivers are our non-for-profits in Waukegan. Why would we charge our non-for-profit fees to use their buildings?
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez.
District need money.
Ms. Lensing?
I understand where Ms. Hannah is coming from. I think for me, the impact is we want our students engaged. My thought process is that if they're not engaged in some of these activities, what options do they have? I want us to think about what third spaces our students have access to legitimately. So if they don't have any other third space and these non-for-profits are providing mentorship within their own rights and different activities to keep these kids engaged in, I don't mind us making sure that our students are engaged in things that are going to benefit them instead of having more screen time or other activities that we don't want them engaged in. So for those reasons, I understand the fiscal impact, but for me, that's something that I want to invest in our kids. So I will be voting yes.
Thank you, Ms. Lensing. Okay, do we have a motion and a second? Yes. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
No.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Some things don't need to be explained. If something's impacting our children and helping them, that's what you've been talking about all night tonight. So I vote yes because of the fact it's going to help our children.
Right.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries. Item 12, purchases and contracts, approval of intergovernmental agreement between the City of Waukegan and Waukegan School District FY 2027 to FY 2029.
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Education authorize the superintendent and board president to approve a 3-year extension of the existing
intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with the City of Waukegan to support public safety services and emergency response services, contingent on the City Council's approval at its August 3rd, 2026 City Council meeting. Annual cost is $146,666.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mr. Riddle,
Second.
second by Ms. Ramirez. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to know, what, when the intergovernmental agreement, I already know all about that. But, did this amount go up or down? Because for how many? A 3-year extension, the annual cost, I don't understand why, if it's for 3 years, why didn't you guys put the total cost instead of for 1 year? Put it there for 3 years.
Shows 1 year too.
It only says
It's right there. It says it, $439,998 over 3 years.
Okay, I'm sorry, my fault. Okay, but, are we gonna have all the schools, both high schools and the middle school?
Wait, it's two SROs, Ms. Ham.
Okay, 2 SROs, and they're going to still have coverage at our middle schools?
No, one's at Washington campus and the other one's at Brookside. However, and Mr. Wilson, I didn't see you back there. Thank you. Yeah, go.
Hello?
There you
Okay.
go.
Good evening, community board members.
Mr. Wilson, would you come forward so everybody can see you? So you're not talking to the back of their heads. Thank you.
Can you repeat your question again, Miss Hannah? About the middle schools, I heard.
I just want to know if the SROs are going to be at the middle school.
No, ma'am. They will be
So
at,
who's going to be safety and security at the middle schools? And the board is getting ready to eliminate paraprofessionals.
we have safety officers at the middle schools. There's no cuts on those safety officers, to my knowledge.
And just to
They
be
have
clear,
been
we didn't
working.
have SROs at the middle school
No.
last year.
No, we did
right?
not.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay. Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second, correct? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
Yes.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries. 13, personnel items. Item 13A is Uniform Grievance Appeal, case number 25/26-23.
It is the recommendation that the Board of Education uphold the superintendent's decision and deny the appeal of uniform grievance complaint number 25/26-23 under Board Policy 2110 and direct the superintendent as the board secretary to provide written notice of the decision to the parties within 5 school business days.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mr. Riddle,
Second.
second by Ms. Fabian. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Lensing?
So I just want to make a generalized comment around this. I always have frustration when these come to us for review because there is the legal measure and then there's the culture and climate expectations within the district. That's how I'm going to frame it. So I will be voting in support of this because I understand it does not rise to the legal ramifications. However, there were great concerns within this investigation that I, as a board member, expect to see change within this district and will be holding the administration accountable through the measures that we have available to us as board members.
Thank you, Ms. Lensing. Any further discussion?
I think that I heard it tonight about growing our own. And I just want us to continue to truly grow our own. When we have the opportunity to grow our own, we need to grow our own.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
No.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes. Motion carries. Item 13B, personnel items 72826.
It is the recommendation of the Board of Education, accept the administration's recommendation to approve the appointments, retirements, termination, and accept the resignations as found on schedules L949, F1002, G660, and T317.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mr. Riddle,
Second.
second by Ms. Fabian. Any discussion on this motion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
No.
Ms. Lensing?
Pass.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries. We're done?
At this time, I'd like to announce our administrative appointments. Our first one is Esmeralda Arizmendi. There it goes. I knew I was going to mess that up. Who previously served as a marketing associate. She will now serve as the facilitator of student access and achievement with a starting salary of $50,400. Congratulations.
Is she here?
If you are here, you could proceed to the front.
Is Ms. Arizmendi here?
Arizmendi.
Not here? Okay.
Our next appointment will be Ms. Brenda Campos Aguilera, who previously served as the site coordinator at West Oak Middle School District 76. She will now serve as the district parent manager with the starting salary of $62,000. Congratulations, Ms. Aguilera.
Is she here? Ms. Aguilera, are you here? No? Okay. Next.
Our next appointee will be Amanda Cross, who previously served as the Dean of Students in Community Consolidated School District 21. She will now serve as the coordinator pre-K elementary math with a starting salary of $81,900. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Ms. Kraus, come on up. Okay. Congratulations and welcome.
Oh, man.
Our next appointee is welcome home Mr. Nicholas Kaliziak. He will, let me find your name here. Give me 1 minute. He previously served as a behavior interventionist at Round Lake Area School District 160. He will now serve as the assistant principal at Oakdale Elementary School with a starting salary of $77,000. Congratulations, Mr. Kaliziak.
Mr. Kaliziak here?
I think we work together around late.
Congratulations.
See her name. Our next appointee is Brandy Rowe, who was a grade level chair at Francis Xavier School. She will now serve as the interim assistant principal at Clearview Elementary with a starting salary of $74,500. Congratulations, Ms. Rowe. Is she present today? There she is.
Yeah, welcome.
Congratulations.
Our next appointee will be Ms. Irma Torres, who previously served as a specialist pre-K through 12 English language learner at Lincoln Center. She will now serve as the interim assistant principal at Greenwood Elementary with a starting salary of $74,500. Congratulations, Ms. Torres.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Been here a long time.
Congratulations. Where's Marissa? Let me find her. Okay. Our next appointee will be Marissa Robinson Bannister, who previously served as an educational safety officer. She will now serve as the assistant principal at the Washington campus with a starting salary of $75,271.30. Our next appointee will be Shianta Myers, who previously served as an assistant principal at the Washington campus. She will now serve as the interim co-principal at Lewis Middle School. Congratulations, Ms. Myers.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Should be Molly.
Yeah, no.
Okay, where we at?
Okay, next item, 13D, or 13C. C and D. What is that, CD it says?
Hold on, give me
That's C, reduction in force, paraprofessionals, personnel support staff, and manager.
Right. It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Education approve the recommendation of the administration for a reduction in force in the amounts of categories presented by the administration to be effective 30 days from the date of the board approval, and direct the superintendent to ensure issuance of notice of honorable dismissal and rights of recall to employees impacted within the 5 school business days to the extent a vacancy to which they can transfer is not really available. I believe you want to say something, I don't, something?
Do it in discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Moved.
Motion by Ms. Fabian,
Second.
second by Mr. Riddle. Any discussion on this motion? Ms. Fabian? Oh, Mr. Riddle, okay.
Well, we can start, anybody can start, but I first off, I guess I want to acknowledge that I, for one, and I'm sure all of the board, hear and heard your voice is very strong. And we all believe, indeed, that you are all educators and you're all very, very important to our students and our staff. However, I heard, just a minute, let me finish, please, okay? This is a tough decision and it's tough for all of us. Now, I want to tell you something very important. I heard that every budget is important, and I heard one of the speakers say, it's not fair to balance your budget on the backs of our teachers and our paras. And I firmly believe that, okay? However, we are not balancing our budget. Did anyone think we were balancing the budget tonight? Because we are not. Let me tell you something. This board knows at the start of the year, we were told that we were going to borrow $40 million like we did last year. Borrowed $40 million last year from our savings. And so this year, we cut that down. Wasn't really the board's suggestion. We said we have to cut it down somehow. We cannot continue to borrow from our savings. 2 years ago, we borrowed $50 million. We didn't borrow. Borrow is the wrong word. We took it out of savings. We need money in savings, okay? All of you have budgets, and you've got to understand that if you don't have any savings, you won't be able to pay your expenses. Car breaks down.
Okay, I'm
Now, let
going
me
to
finish,
ask
please.
those in the audience who are speaking, you had your turn. You had your opportunity to speak. This is no longer public comment time.
All right. So we all balance our budgets, okay? Listen again to what I'm saying. Our budget is not balanced this year. It is not. And if we don't balance our budget soon, we will not be able to pay our bills. And that includes your salary. That includes your salaries. And that means we will have to rift a lot of people next year. 3 years ago, in 2025, we had over $150 million in our savings. 2 years ago, we had only, in 2025, that came down because we had to borrow $50 million. It came down. And then the next year, last year, it came down another $40 million. And this year, it's going to come down another 30. Even if we take the action that we're going to do tonight, that means we will have less probably than $64 million left. That sounds like a lot of money, but we have a budget that's over almost $350 billion to operate this school district, 22 schools, over 2,200 employees. We have 1,214 teachers and 661 paras, 661. We don't need all, but we have to downsize. You've heard that we've lost students over the years. We have not been downsizing properly. So this is a very tough decision. And I agree with a lot of the comments that were said that we need to continue to look for other ways. But how much are salaries? They are 85% of our budget. 85% is salaries. We're a service organization. We have less kids to teach, and teaching is a very important. We agree. We all agree with what you said tonight. Everything you've said, we agree with. But this board has to be also fiscally conservative and know that we have to continue to be a school district and operate not in the red like Chicago does. We need to operate in the black. We have to have. We don't. Some years ago, Miss Hannah knows. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we had to borrow money and pay interest on it in order to pay teacher salaries because we didn't always get our money in, from the contracts and from the state and from the taxes. So this is a tough decision. I'm going to support it tonight. We have to right size and balance our budget. We're not cutting 50 paras. We're cutting 21. 21 people, is that correct? 21 people have to be reassigned. 21 people. None of us want to do that. Not anybody here wants to cut somebody's position. But we do have to make a decision on it tonight. And we're facing a very serious, and it's not a crisis yet, but wait next year. If we don't do something, we will be in a crisis next year. It will be a crisis. So I'm going to have to support this tonight. We're going to continue. I'm going to demand that and I have been asking this for several months here, that we take action. We've heard, we should have been doing this back in March or April. I've been asking that we would do this early. It hasn't happened yet, but we have to take some actions. Okay, so I don't want to do it, but it seems to me like we're going to have to take some action. We're not.
Once again, this is not public comment time, please.
We're not going to be, you'll hear from the rest of the board, we're not going to be cutting the people that are directly working, the diverse learners with IEPs. We're not going to be doing that. So these are, okay, anyway, that's my comments on it.
Okay, Ms. Riddle, thank
The
you.
board comment.
Who's next?
I'll take
Mr.
mine.
McBride.
Well, I'm sitting here, I heard you loud and clear. You guys are taxpayers.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that. We wouldn't even have a budget if it don't be for you all. And I myself, just like you, I get up every morning. I work with young men as a mentor. They need me.
Right.
And I hear what you're saying. Our kids need you. And once again, it's a no-brainer for me. And I understand when I hear that you come in those classrooms, and those kids sometimes don't get a chance to hear what they need to hear, what they need to hear at home. But they hear you and they depend on you.
Right.
I totally understand that.
Absolutely.
And once again, I don't know where we're gonna cut from, but I don't believe in cutting you guys. I'm just telling you. That's a decision that I don't have to think about. I'm an older gentleman, and I've been around for a while, and I understand the needs of our children more so than probably some of us may be sitting here. But for the most part, like I said, I heard you loud and clear. Not that I hear you, I understand you. because of number one, I heard about kids with autistic need help. I heard kids once again come to school with probably don't get nothing to eat at home. They need help, but you're the guys that help feed them mentally and emotionally. So again, without me saying anything, probably I think you understand where I'm coming from as far as my vote. That's the end of that.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Ms. Lindsay.
I do have a couple of comments. I do have some questions for the administration before I give my comments, because there, for me, is two different pictures that we're being given. We're being told that students with IEP minutes are not going to be impacted, but we've heard many of our paraprofessionals and their supporters stand at that podium and say, we may not be directly in some instances, but we still provide those supports. So if I could have someone from the administration clarify, because when we were provided this information, we were told that students with IEPs would not be impacted.
Yep.
I'm wanting the I don't want any board member to respond. I want the administration to come and answer the question.
Ms. Maluski, can you please come up, please?
Oh, you can add to it.
I just want to add to that question, because not only were we told no IEPs, it also states no parapros from diverse learners.
Ms.
Yes.
Maluski, can you please come up to the microphone, please? She worked very closely with Dr. Bublitz on all of this. Oh, and Dr. Bublitz is here too. I didn't see you in the back. Dr. Bublitz,
We are
I
having
apologize.
administration.
No,
I know, yeah.
they did do that.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for the moment to get organized. Ms. Lensing, will you please repeat the question so I can make sure I fully answer it?
My question is, we as a board were told that students with IEPs would not have their services cut. What we have heard from many people at that podium is that students with IEPs are going to be impacted with the reduction. So I want clarification, because those are two different stories.
Understood. Thank you for the question. Good evening, everybody. Would like to clarify and make sure everyone is crystal clear that although all of the paraprofessionals in every school provide services to all kids on a daily basis, the paraprofessionals that we are considering for reduction tonight are not providing any direct service minutes to students who qualify for IEPs, and their IEP minutes will not be reduced nor touched.
But we already,
And then the second component, no DL.
Correct.
Paraprofessionals as well that are not
But
tied to one-on-one IEP
Correct.
minutes will be cut.
but we were given a list of DL.
Not
updated
on
list.
the agenda. So on the
Not on
agenda,
the agenda, but before, we were given a list
But what we're
of
voting on.
DL.
right.
What we're voting on. Can you say that again, though? So I want to make sure I heard it.
Sure, not a problem.
No DLs. Say it again.
No paraprofessionals who are on the list this evening provide direct service minutes for students who have IEPs that are required by law.
Okay.
And no diverse learner.
And no diverse learner paraprofessionals are on this list. Thank
Right.
you.
That's
Wow.
Okay.
what I heard.
My second question is that, we did go to a one-to-one model with our technology to students. When we reduce, and again, this is coming from public comment, that there is a heavy reliance on the computer assistants within our schools. And from their perspective, sharing them across buildings is difficult. It's been a while since I've been in education, y'all, but even outside of education, when you don't have a technology assistant readily available, you sometimes need them at the drop of a dime, where they need to help set up some sort of projector, help with an issue in the classroom. And if we are a one-to-one, very, in my opinion, I don't like it, but a very technology-heavy district, that to me is going to create a strain on our teachers. So did we consult with the teachers as to how frequently they are using these computer assistants?
We consulted with principals. As we sat with each individual.
I really appreciate everyone coming out. I really do. And I understand there are a lot of emotions.
But this is.
We need to have these answers given in the meeting. And I understand there are mixed feelings around it. I get it.
So we did meet with the principals one-on-one, and that's where we get this information. This is where we gathered the information from. Dr. Cuevas, I know you're here. If you can come up and discuss the computer tax. And Ms. Lindsay, if you would just ask that second part of the question so that he can ask.
No, gosh, guys, my ADHD does not do well with repeating, but I will do my best to repeat it. Yes.
Yeah.
Like my train of thought goes and then, okay. Dr. Cuevas, do you need me to repeat?
Yes, could you please?
Okay. So the concern that we are hearing from public comment is that there is a heavier reliance on the computer assistants within the building, sometimes at the drop of a dime. So there's a concern with not only reducing them, but also having them out of central office so that they could be shared across multiple schools as needed. The question becomes, were the teachers consulted with regard to how often they need the support of our computer assistants?
I'm just going to once again respond. I'm going to say no once again because we did not ask the teachers. I directly spoke with each principal, and computer technicians come up. Can I please respond? I was respectful when you guys spoke, and I listened to you, and I actually empathize with you. And I'm more on your side, and I will get there. But just let me respond so that you all have accurate information and you're hearing it from me. That's my only ask, please. So no, we did not ask teachers. Teachers are not in buildings, but I did have conversations during my one-on-one budget meetings with principals, and computer technicians and other positions came up. The principals are the leaders of the school, and they know the need, right? They're the one that sets the strategy, they set the vision, they set the strategy, they hold accountability, they give support. So no, we did not directly speak to teachers. We did speak with principals. Now, I just want you to address it, downsizing that, because we're not eliminating all. We're downsizing that, and they're going to be brought to central office and work through your department for deployment. Do you see any issues with us having the ability to provide the supports of the computer technicians within the schools?
So with that question, computer assistants, they're essential, they're crucial to our school district. I do understand basically the position that is the school district with the current circumstances. So if we need to adjust, so yes, the information technology department will make all the necessary adjustments. And how we can do those adjustments, we have a ticketing system. And yes, computer assistant would need to be split between buildings in order for us to provide the services.
No, I'm sorry, public comment time is over.
I also hear the, and thank you, Dr. Cuevas. I also hear the concern that a couple of our public commenters brought up when we're looking at what the administrative cuts were that we took earlier in the year versus the current proposed reduction in force that we're looking at with this item. The main concern is that many of the administrative positions were not filled. And while I understand that a majority of these positions are not filled, we have a total of 31. We still have, 3 administrators compared to 23 paraprofessionals and those out of the wraparound center. So I don't want to be disingenuous in representing that we did administrative cuts. So I completely understand the public's concern because it's not apples and apples with that. My other component is during one of the budget meetings, I brought up that we should look to reduce our conferences this upcoming year. I had alluded to with my mental health saying you could do all the research, but at some point you need to put it into practice. Same in education, same with professional development across the board. I will not be going to CUBE this year. You can look, I have not submitted any of my meals or per diems for when I've gone on conferences. Yes, my airfare was mostly paid for. Yes, my hotel was paid for, right? But when I go to work. And I go to work for this community. So I don't want it to be a vacation for us. For me, I'm going to speak for myself. I bust ass, excuse my language. Right. However, I do think this year, one of those budget cuts, instead of removing, I think, yes, let's get of those that are not filled. But for people who have positions, we should keep and we should reduce our conferences. That is my stand.
Thank you, Ms. Benzing. Go ahead.
And I am in complete agreement. It's not either or, it's both and. If the board, I want to give some context. On May 13th, we presented on budget. We came back and we revisited, we had some conversation at the Student Achievement June 9th, right? Then we came back with another plan based off vision and direction from the board, right? This is not placing blame, this is talking about us, how do we create, how do we solve for what we're trying to solve here, a $10 million deficit this year, not 20 million, 10 million this year. And so there's going to be a number of things that are going to have to come off the plate. So it's not either or. If you just cut professional development, I can tell you that's not enough. It's not going to make a dent with the $10 million deficit. The numbers are just the numbers. It's not, I'm just stating that. So this has to be a both and. And I am in agreement. If we're going to cut professional development, we as a board should set the standard and cut professional development and cut it for our staff also, right? We should lead by example, and I know that has been this board's stance. We will be having another budget meeting coming up. I believe it's next week. Don't hold me to that.
Yes.
And you're going to see where we have cut more administrators, where we are going to be talking about professional development, where we are going to be talking about cutting food costs for this year at meetings. There's a number of other items that are coming on. So this isn't either or, it's both and in order to solve the $10 million deficit and even more if we can get there. If not, some board members do have the right vision that next year it's going to be even, I want to say, a heavier lift than this year. I also want our attorney to talk about rights of recall because yes, 20 people are going to get displaced tonight. I believe it's 20 plus, but those 20 plus have rights to their jobs. And we know in this area, in this category, your union representatives are here, and I work very closely with them. It's not administration against staff. We're all in this together. We're all employees, all of us. And so those 20 plus individuals will have recall rights. You may be getting recall right away within a week or two. There's high transition and high mobility in these positions. As we stated, and many times we had to go out to para agencies just to fill the vacancies. Hence where I started just recruiting everyone, Home Depot, Planet Fitness, are you interested in a para position? I could see a few of them that I've recruited here because I knew there was a need. And so I'm going to ask Ms. Vanderbroek to please speak to rights of recall so people understand that, yes, in a sense, this is a layoff, but you have rights to come back. And we're going to work with each individual to bring you back. And in these, it doesn't make it easier, but it is important that you have all the information and you know your rights as an employee.
Thank you. So to just be as simple as it really is, from the recall right, you have a right to have vacant positions for which you're qualified presented to you for the opportunity to take those positions before they're posted or publicly put out for interviewing. But you do have to be qualified for those vacancies. And it doesn't have to be a vacancy in the same category that you might be holding now if you are dismissed at this time because of the RIF. That right is available to you up to a year from the beginning of the following school term. So that means until August 2028 because of the time of this RIF.
Okay, Ms. Fabian.
Thank you. I'm going to read because I too get really emotional, so I had a prepared statement. I appreciate the community who has come out to support our paraprofessional staff and who has taken the time to call, message, and email your perspectives. This is a very difficult decision. I want to be clear that a reduction in force is not a reflection of any individual's work ethic or the appreciation we have for their work. I myself was a paraprofessional. It was my first role in this district, and it gave me the opportunity to work with great parapros, many who are still dedicated to this district, some who are in this room. While I respect the variety of roles paraprofessional plays in our schools, it's also the board and administration's responsibility to ensure that we manage our resources responsibly, including staff, to fit the needs of our district. I recall a time during past superintendents where our budgets were dismal and we received annual reductions in force, and we waited and we hoped to be called back. During this superintendent's tenure, we have had one minimal reduction in force, and our budgets have been in good standing. At the same time, however, we have seen a reduction of approximately 4,000 students. Under the board's direction, we kept the taxes level for 6 years, and under this current federal administration, we are seeing reductions in public school funding. All of these issues have compounded the need to right-size the district. The administration and principals began cuts throughout the budget process and school-based budgets of approximately $11 million. We also began cuts with administration and non-union staff last fiscal year, and we need to continue to do so. Since then, we have heard from my fellow board members the desire to continue to make more cuts, including reduction in force. The superintendent asked us in an open meeting if we would agree to various cuts, including reductions in force. And I agreed. And I agreed that we are overstaffed, and we agreed to ensure that we remain fiscally solvent, not just for this year, but for future years. But I also understand the staff compromises the majority of the budget and that this is not a one-time savings as salaries and benefits compound yearly. However, I believe that cuts should be made in a timely fashion so that those affected have ample time to make necessary decisions and to look for another job. I do not believe that we needed to do this with such haste as our budgets are currently in good standing. I would have preferred the rifts and vacancies only. In the future, as we continue to look for ways to reduce our budget and right-size our district, I ask that we be presented with information on any cuts that deeply impact our personnel or students earlier in the planning process. Once again, I ask that our general education teachers receive appropriate training to support students with high needs, especially those with invisible disabilities. I also ask that this same community come to our budget meetings to receive information with full transparency, to ask your questions and offer solutions. Moreover, I also understand that there has been a lot of misinformation shared. And after looking at the numbers and the shifts made, I am grateful that the administration has done their best to eliminate where there would be minimal impact to people. And my hope is that they will use their rights to recall. Admin has also assured us that our most vulnerable students continue to receive the services they are entitled to through their IEPs. And to be clear again, no diverse learner, paraprofessionals, those who support one-on-one will be rifted. I will support my fellow board members. But again, these conversations in RIFT need to be done earlier and give people proper time to prepare.
Right.
As it stands currently, we're looking at less than 20, and we are seeing that there are vacancies so that approximately 15 will be rifted, but can also go into other vacancies. My hope is that we really do try our best to accommodate them and to keep them.
Thank you, Ms. Fabian. Lindsay?
I apologize because in my prior comments, I did forget to address the wraparound center. And again, our speaker, it was hard to hear all of the names, so I do apologize because you are very supportive of each other. And I think that's one of the best things to bring to the table because it shows you're invested not only in each other, but also our students. Yeah. So with regard to the wraparound center, this board prior to me wanted the wraparound center to come to Waukegan. Mental health today is at the most dire need of supports than we have seen. In this past year, yes, we are facing federal cuts. We have faced ICE and continue to face ICE, and it makes it very difficult for not just our students, but our families and our staff to run day to day. And we were hoping for the ICEJA funds to come through, but it's very frustrating to ramp up and rally behind something and then pull out from the rug those supports that are desperately needed. If it's because it's not being utilized to the fullest, then we as a board are not doing our jobs properly to make sure that that is accessible information to the public to get services. We as an administration are not pushing enough for those services to get met within the wraparound center. I don't want a bad year or current low enrollment to then dictate removal of staff, because the community needs to trust those supports are going to be there. And if we pull them now, I have great concerns that we won't have a wraparound center. And what was all of that work and investment for?
100%.
I will leave it at that.
Thank you.
Can I jump in for the wraparound? Just so, I just want to state, so absolutely correct. We did receive a grant for a wraparound center. Representative Mayfield was very crucial in advocating for Waukegan. We had a great plan. Last year, we did not get funding. And if I'm incorrect, somebody else can please stand up and state so. We still went with it. This year, once again, we did not get funding. We are still going to have the wraparound center. The director, Bridget Johnson, will still run the wraparound center. However, she will have shared secretarial services within this building. So it will run. The people, 2 individuals worked in the wraparound center, have been offered other opportunities for employment within the district. So we are working really hard, this administration, and let me say, the Board of Education is working really hard to place people as quickly as possible when a vacancy comes up. But when we're looking at the overall costs and the number of students that we are serving each year, and I'm just going to give these out loud because the public should hear these numbers. In fiscal year 2025, total cost for wraparound center was $434,626.94. Of that, for our student population, 0.21 students, 0.21 students were seen there or received services. We had 116 referrals out of 14, we'll just say 14,000 students and 30 participants. In fiscal year 2026, we once again picked up that bill, $485,654.49. 212 referrals, 51 participants, I'm sorry, I'm getting dry. 0.36%, not even 1%. That does not mean it is not needed. That does not mean that we are dropping this initiative. We are going to continue to offer our wraparound center services for our parents that are seeing. However, it will be managed by the director with shared secretarial services for this year. We are not pulling out on the wraparound center at this time unless a direction from the board comes otherwise. And I would not recommend that. We're moving already in that direction. And so we've committed for this year. So that should be, but we will be utilizing shared services.
Thank you, Superintendent Placencia. Miss Hannah was next.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you want?
Yeah, but look, do you
No,
gotta
go
go?
ahead.
Because I don't want y'all talking. I'm gonna say what I gotta say, and then y'all come behind me trying to make me wrong.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm doing, but I just wanted to make a comment based off of Ms. Placencia's comment. I also want the public, this is a good time to remind everyone that we do have 211 Lake County. The Wraparound Service Center is not the only place that, you can come and get support. Utilize the United Ways 211 line. You can call it from a cell phone anywhere in Lake County, and a counselor will answer your call you to where there are services, what the requirements are, and if there are any fees. Usually there are not. It's a free service. You can also go online to 211 Lake County, I believe it's .org. Angela, I think you can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think it's also a good time to remind you all that Waukegan is blessed and has a lot of nonprofits who are here to help with social emotional supports and learning, and that you can reach out to those nonprofits. You don't just have to go through the wraparound center.
Now I'll talk.
Ms. Hannah.
Okay. See, I talked about this when we first started talking about having to cut. Let me clarify something that is actually becoming irritating to me. That 10 years ago, 10, 11 years ago, we didn't have to borrow money to pay salaries or anything because we had a very large reserve. We had a previous administration that brought our deficit position. Many of you that have been in the district for 20, 30 years, you all know this. We stayed in a hole. Previous administration brought us out of the hole long before 2017. Left the district in great position. I've been talking about when we started talking about cuts and everything, and we were told nothing would impact students. It was said in public here. And I'm looking at and hearing this evening, I was a paraprofessional when I first started working in this district. So I understand the position that you all are in. There are things, and I asked about this, there are things that, items that should have been considered before, non-essential expenses, cut them out, such as consultants. All the consultants, we hire big salary people to do these jobs. Why they need consultants to come tell them how to do the job. Outside venues, we have all of our school district, all of our school buildings where meetings can be held. Multi-purpose rooms were built for some of those reasons. So we didn't have to rent outside venues. Outsourcing positions. I never heard outsourcing before so much in the last 5 years. Our district, our board was always against outsourcing positions because it costs more money. It costs more money to outsource than to have our own. So,
Excuse me.
I know what it's like to be a para in a classroom. I was a para in the classroom, if any of you remember, for the REACH program. Those of you that remember the REACH program. And it was hard. The teacher couldn't do it by themselves. We need to do more cuts before we start cutting our staff. Thank you.
Nobody else? Any other discussion?
Well, once again, I'm sorry. Oh, you need to say something?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know that no amount of words right now will make this decision any less easier. I know that no amount of discussion that we do up here will alleviate the anxiety, the worry, or anything that always comes up when reducing in force. I remember being a para. I started as a para. I also remember getting riffed as a para because unfortunately, sometimes we are thought of as the person that can go the easiest. But there is a difficult financial reality that we have to deal with. And I'm not just saying right now, this second, this minute, this instant. But there is a true reality that we have lost 4,000 students, and we're going to continue losing. So what I want the public to take away, the community to take away, is that unfortunately, eventually we will be making cuts. If it's not today, it will be in a couple of months. It will be maybe next year. Nobody wants to do this. The Department of Education has been gutted. We've all seen this. There's going to be a lot more coming down the pipe in the next year when it comes down to education. The question that I want to address, I know a lot of people contacted me during there, and it's like, well, why didn't we save ESSER funds, or why didn't we save these funds, or why didn't we do this with this grant? Because the true reality that there's a lot of restrictions when it comes to that stuff. The ESSER funds had to be spent on certain things within a certain timely fashion, and there was no money to reserve for salaries for paras or teachers or things like that. When it comes to grants, it's the same thing. There are certain monies that are allocated for certain things, and we can't touch them for salaries. We can't touch them for a building. There's certain monies that we can only touch to fix a building, and unfortunately have to get rid of somebody else. My fear is that with everything that's coming down, all of us do have to accept the reality that there will be positions that are going to go. If not tonight, there will be in the future, because we are going to continue to be cut through the Department of Education, and funding is getting scarce. I have a big concern regarding our IT, just because I know that we rely so heavily on it. So it's very important for me to know, and maybe I missed it, my board members can help me if it was, but I need to know of a direct plan that we have for our IT people, and also for our bilingual students. I mean, I worked in the bilingual department here as a family support specialist, and it was very difficult for just 4 of us to deal with everyone in the bilingual department. So I know as a para what you guys are dealing with. But unfortunately, again, there is difficult financial reality that we have to deal with, and it's not going to make everybody happy. It doesn't make us happy. And I'm just sorry for those that will be affected.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Anybody else?
Well, my closing statements, like I said, I heard you loud and clear, and all of you are taxpayers. And I do know that since I've been on the board, classroom size, you got 17 to 30 kids in the classroom. Somebody's gonna come up short if they ain't got no help, and the teacher can't do everything by herself. And once again, I know how important you are. Mr. Christensen said it takes a village. You're right, sir. It takes a village. It's been preached all the time. It takes a village. Malcolm X said by any means necessary. And that's how I feel right now. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't have to do a lot of lip service and talking about this and blaming on this. The bottom line to it, my vote is no. Simple as that.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Anybody else? Okay, when we attended the first budget meeting and we saw what budget was being proposed by the district, everybody knew that we could not continue to do that forever. Okay, over the last 10 years, our financial position did improve. Reserves were increasing. until recent years when things started changing. Okay, and we all knew that we needed to do something because it was not sustainable to keep spending our reserves. What happened was, it was kind of a shock, and I know some of the board members reacted and were demanding immediate cuts and immediate changes in the budget. And I didn't really agree with that, the way that it was being presented. I didn't think we needed a knee-jerk reaction. I really felt that we needed to have a strategy, to have a sustainable turnaround plan. That's what I'll call it, because we were increasing our reserves over the years, then all of a sudden, they started going down. We started spending our reserves. I've seen a lot of criticism placed on the superintendent for this action, and I'm going to tell you, to be honest with you, it was not the superintendent's idea. She responded because board members were putting pressure on her to do something immediately. And I was against that. I really felt that we needed to have a well-thought-out plan and not just have a knee-jerk reaction and just start cutting, maybe cutting things that really weren't as well thought out as they could have been if we had done it over a period of time with a real plan. So I'm looking at the numbers, and I see that so many of the positions that we're cutting are vacant positions anyway. And just makes me wonder what the advisability of doing this is right now, upsetting so many people's lives, upsetting so many people, and putting some of our programs in jeopardy when the actual total dollars, I mean, we talked about a $10 or $11 million savings. I'm not even sure it's going to be that, because some of these positions were vacant anyway, so many of them. So I just question the advisability of rushing to do this right now. I really think that we need to take upon ourselves the responsibility of responsibly evaluating what we have to do, and how we can turn things around. And okay, if decisions have to be made in the future that are going to impact people's lives, then it has to be done. But I just kind of feel that this was done kind of hastily, and the superintendent responded. She responded to the board. She responded to the board. She did not come up with this on her own. This was not her doing. She confided in me and told me, I really don't like this. This is not what I want to do. And I told her, it's not what I want to do either. But the board acts as a body. They vote. Once the vote is taken, then the will of the board is what has to be followed. But at this point in time, I really question the advisability of doing this. Ms.
So,
Fabian.
Board President, is there a way to modify the recommendation in order to adjust the list to get rid of only the vacant positions and keep the parapros, I believe it's 21, would that cause, I know that administration has been working to move them around, but would that cause more, I guess, interruption in planning for the next year?
So I gotta be 100% transparent, and not that I wouldn't. And I've been told I don't push hard enough. I'm gonna let this board know, and I'm doing it in front of everyone here, that if you do not make this cut, you're not gonna save the reserves that you asked me to save. And I'm okay with that. Can I please finish, please? Because I probably going directly where you are, but if you don't let me, I'm not gonna get my thought out, okay? If you do not make these cuts, you're not going to save the amount that you want to save in your reserve. We had a discussion here. We talked about shared responsibility and shared accountability. You gave me a task. I am your employee. You gave me a task. Everybody's like, she doesn't have a boss. I have a boss. My bosses, my boss, the Board of Education, gave me a task, and I had to complete it. And this is the plan that I brought forward, and there's going to be other things that come forward. If the board decides not to cut the paras tonight, we move forward. You know what that looks like for you financially. I don't ever want that to come back, that Ms. Placencia didn't push enough. She didn't tell you what would be the variables or obstacles in front of us. Even if we cut PD, even if we cut food for a year, we still need, and I don't want to use the word right size, we need to utilize what we need. And we have a responsibility to the taxpayers. We've also did not raise taxes for 6 years. And I benefited from that also. As many people here, I live in Waukegan also, right? And that was the right decision. We've given some great contracts under this administration. And we worked very hard to work with your union presidents, whether it's the paras, whether it's WPSS, whether it's the teachers. We've given some great contracts because we know you all deserve it and you're valued. But when you put all those things together, along with a political force in our nation that, I don't want to speak for anyone, but perception can be, does not value public education. And you can take from that what you want. And the cut of federal grants, which impacts state grants. The board is being very conscious because there was a time here in Waukegan, and I was not here, where you were not getting your raises. And you went through a teacher strike. We don't want to go back to those days. I believe there's 20, I'm going to say 21. If my number's off, please take this. Whatever the board decides to do, we will do. But the 21 people, I really believe, will be in their jobs within the next 3 months because of attrition and just the mobility within these, within the para ranks. And you have your union presidents. I'm not going to put them on the spotlight, but we kind of know these numbers. There's also some vacant WPSS positions that would be available. At one time I looked, I thought it was 4, maybe it was 6, would also be available. So you're looking at reducing that number weekly, right? And I'm hoping that by the time we get back to school, everybody's in their seats. I know people here. I know Tanisha. I know Christine. I know Olga. I know DeMario that's in the back. He's a student that I placed here. And I know a lot of you. And so it's not easy. So when we talked about shared responsibility, it is going to be the board, but it's not us against you. It's us supporting the district of the Waukegan Community School District, ensuring that we're being responsible with taxpayers' dollars, and ensuring that you guys have the future in Waukegan Public Schools, because I don't want to do this again. I believe in paying my people. I believe in ensuring that you guys are happy. I'm not frugal. The board is not frugal. That is not what we want to be. But if they don't take this now, you have to know you're going to keep your deficits. And even if you cut in other areas, it's just not enough. And one thing I will tell you, I will stand up for, is we will not cut direct services to students. And I understand you're going to say, I'm a direct service to students. Everyone is. I'm talking about sports. I'm talking about music. I'm talking about AP classes. I'm talking about elementary sports. I can go on and on and on where our kids are receiving these services. So in order for that not to happen, some of these other umbrella decisions have to be made. And I'm not pushing one way or another. This truly is a board decision, not a Ms. Placencia's decision that she wants to do this. If I look at it financially, I understand the rationale behind this decision. And I also know that there's a pathway out of this because we can recall employees and we don't want to lose anyone. But if we lose you for 2 weeks and bring you in 3 weeks, then that is something that we may have to do to close the deficit. That is not my decision. What I want you all to know is I stand with you, for you, but I also have to say we have to look at the budget. And what does that mean? And so if we have 20 extra people, just think about this. If you have 20 extra people, and I don't know the names and the faces right now, that aren't providing direct services, we're paying, yes, there's going to be extra support. Yes, there's going to be extra layers. Is it needed? Yes. I mean, the pandemic is over, but guess what? The crisis isn't. We know that. The need is even greater. I tell my board that all the time. Yes, we're spending a lot of money. We're in a very marginalized community where our kids need more, right? But in order to do that, sometimes we have to ensure that we're putting the pieces correctly on the table to make sure that we can have more in the future. So I know we're looking at the right here and now. We have to step back and look at what is the future for kids, your kids that come to our schools, for your family members that come to our schools, I could go on, and I just want you to hear that from me. So please know this isn't me against you or you against me. I stand with you. I'm an educator. I've been a teacher. I've worked in schools. This is not what this is about. This is about ensuring that we have sustainability to make payroll, that we have sustainability, that we're not cutting direct services, tutoring, computer services after school. You know all the different programs that go on after school. You're involved in them. We can't cut those. Our children need those. And you guys serve that. And you guys serve in those positions. So the board will make their decision now. And then we move on together after this.
Ms. Lansing.
Okay, I again want to appreciate everyone for coming and talking. Here's something that my brain is wondering. If we do an amendment to remove the positions that are currently vacant, because my concern is if you have the qualifications, you can be placed somewhere else. The question I have is, well, who has what qualifications? What does that look like in reality? Is there a possibility where we look at those who have other qualifications that can move into a current vacant role that is not being RIFed, and then that position collapses within the district? So it sounds like no.
No, we've
Hold on.
already, and Ms. Malewski, I can bring her back up. We've already did a forensic audit on positions. And so, yeah, you're going to close the vacancies, right? That does nothing to the bottom line. And if Ms. Polk, is Ms. Polk here? Ms. Polk, can you come up and speak to this? If you just close the vacancies, that does nothing to the bottom.
But the bottom line that you present includes those numbers.
Well, hold on. I want to make sure I understand vacancies, so that's why I'm asking Ms. Polk to come up, right? But there are, let me, I'm getting confused a minute.
It is late, so I appreciate everyone's patience.
So, Ms. Polk, can you answer the question? And I'm sorry.
I'll repeat it
Just
because
please.
I might be able to say it better this time. I know what I'm doing right now. Okay. So we are looking at 54 positions. It sounds like the current concern is the 21 paraprofessionals. So when you take the 54 minus the technically 23 to include the wraparound center, that gives us currently 31 vacant positions. As we did with the administrative reduction, there were vacant positions that we said, okay, we just don't need them anymore. We're not going to fill these. So that came out from the budget. So my understanding is that if we remove those that are currently vacant, it is removed from the budget, and then it reduces what we're planning to just a quick yes or no, and because this is going to go a little more. It's going to reduce what we are forecasting to pay for the year and taking out of our reserves. Is that an accurate statement?
It is partly correct. The
Okay.
superintendent
I
was
like
correct in saying that if there was no one in that position last year and we closed that position, that is considered cost avoidance. It is not cost reduction.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that, because it was not a cost in the previous year. So in '27, it would not be a cost that would have been considered when we presented at Budget Workshop 2. But by collapsing that position, we wouldn't have that cost to ever come up again. So
Okay.
that's what we call cost avoidance.
So not cost reduction.
No. So what the superintendent was saying was correct.
Okay. But if we have other positions in the district, which we are communicating to impacted paraprofessionals, that if they qualify for it, they can transition into those other roles, and then we collapse the position that they left, that is serving to reduce the budget.
That is serving to reduce the budget again, if someone was in that other position that they're now going to assume. So you would have to look at that position that they're going into. If
Yeah.
somebody was there
And they left.
and they left, and then they're going there, and you collapse the position that they're leaving, it is a reduction because they were there. Someone was in both positions.
But if it was unfilled last year and it is still a need and we would still need to hire for, you're saying that's the avoidance, not really a reduction.
Correct.
Okay.
I had a question for Ms.
Ms. Hannah, go ahead.
Can you, kind of off the top of your head, as close as possible, one single position, okay, hourly employee, because they're hourly, correct?
Yes.
They're hourly employees, the
Yes.
paras, right?
Yes.
Okay, so one para position, how many dollars does that represent? Just one.
It's very difficult for me to answer that question.
Okay,
Because I want to be, I've listened to the entire presentation tonight, and I want to be respectful of everyone. Like what the superintendent, the board member, all of you have said, I believe that everyone's position is extremely important. And it's a contribution to the success of the district.
Okay, I just want to know.
But I need to answer your question in its entirety.
Yes.
I can't just answer the
average.
question by saying what the salary is. So I need to put my answer in perspective. The district is currently in a position where actions are recommended that must be considered in order for the district to remain fiscally solvent. Okay? To answer your question specifically, I'm trying to choose my words correctly.
Well, I just want a
cannot answer your question just by
5 year,
giving
just say-
giving a salary.
A 3 year.
The salaries differ. You could have someone who's making 38,000. You could have someone who's making 50. You could have someone who's making a little bit more. And I know that there's chuckles in the room. But
Please
I'm
be
not
respectful. We have been nothing but respectful listening to you all. And it's very disrespectful that we have an administrator who has to really fight for your attention. We need to hear the answers in order to make a clear decision, and I'm sure you all want to hear the transparency behind these decisions.
And the reason, you may have those who chuckle in the room, but if someone has a lot of years in the district, that would determine what their compensation is and how much they're making. So all of that has to be considered. So let me finish what I'm explaining here tonight. and that is, irrespective of what one makes, I think it's incumbent upon the organization to look at the functionalities of the positions and to look at the student count that's in the district and to make decisions that's appropriate for the organization. I have worked with many of the individuals that are in this audience. I believe that I am a fair person. I believe that over the 18 years that I've been in this district, I have told everyone here they know what I stand upon. And that is, I want to have money to educate our students, and I don't want anyone under my tenure as the CFO or the business manager in this district. And I've said that for 18 years. If I am making a recommendation to the superintendent, who is then making a recommendation to the Board of Education, it must be something that I believe. I have been in this district where we have had to go out for TAWs. I have been in this district where we have brought this district out.
Absolutely.
And we have become a district that's been called out at the state level and the national level. And I'm very proud of that. And I believe that right now, we are not in a state where we have to panic, but I do believe that some very difficult decisions have to be made so that we can sustain the educational opportunity for our students. I've listened attentively in the side room. I think it is correct to say that when I first got in this district, we had almost 19,000 students. Almost 19,000 students.
Absolutely.
And the staffing in the district was short of 2,000. Let me say that again.
Wow.
We had almost 19,000 students, and staff was short of 2,000. Now today, we have approximately 2,500 staff and 13,000 students.
All right.
So tough decisions have to be made. Those that none of us like, trust me, I don't.
No.
But the recommendation that I have personally made to the superintendent is that we have to do something. And trust me, I have lost a lot of sleep over this because I have stood on my word that I didn't want anybody to lose their job. And if there's something that I could have done differently, trust me, and I'm looking at you, I would have done that. But I do not believe that we could do anything different. Let me call attention to something else if I just have a moment to do that. Even after we've spoken at Budget Workshop 2, we got notice that insurance could possibly go up 25%. 25%. That's millions of dollars that insurance could possibly go up. And the district pays a large portion of the insurance for our employees. And I know all of you experience that. Another thing is that I know you're listening to the news. The Department of Education might go away. Funding for our district is likely going to be impacted. I'm reading almost every day about what's happening with special education funding. That's going down. So it's all of those things that we have to consider. It's a moving target. And so tough decisions, they have to be made. And so if an apology is needed, I'll take that apology, but I am not going to push back from advising the superintendent on what I believe should be done. And that is, we have to do something in order for this district to be solvent. Sorry for being long-winded, but I needed to provide an explanation.
But you didn't answer my question, ma'am.
I did, because you asked what is the average salary?
Yeah.
I would say about 43. $1,000 a
With
year.
benefits, with benefits.
There
We
are
have
about,
different
and I'm talking from the top of my head, but I believe that the average is somewhere around there. The average. And that's not even, let's not talk about with benefits. Let's not talk about health care. Let's talk about total compensation,
Retirement, yeah.
all of
Yeah,
it.
Tiara.
It's even more than that.
Right.
Ms. Polk, can I jump in?
IMRF, yeah.
So I believe we have 20, I'm going to say 20-plus employees that may be impacted. I'm going to say this publicly, that you have my commitment. Hi, Georgie. You have my commitment that I will work with HR and each individual employee and give a report out to the board at every meeting of how many para positions, how many paras we have placed back in positions if this vote does go through. I just want you to know that I personally will work with each individual along with HR, because I'm not HR, but I will get involved to ensure that we're able to place, and that will start tomorrow. Because as we know, resignations are coming in or retirements are coming in, and they come in every day, or people are finding other jobs in other districts. And so we will work as quickly as possible to ensure that we can get you placed back within the district, because we want you to call Waukegan your home. And that's the last thing I have to say on that.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay. we
I
have
just
a-
want to say thank you for the numbers, Ms. Polk. That helps put things into perspective.
Right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Yeah, we did.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Fabian?
I will hold the superintendent to her word that she's going to work with every single para to get, along with HR, to get their rights of recall put in. And thank you to Ms. Polk for those numbers. I will have to vote yes.
Ms. Hannah?
No.
Ms. Lensing?
No.
Mr. McBride?
No.
Ms. Ramirez? Mr. Riddle?
I have to take the advice of Ms. Polk, who I trust, and I'm going to, okay, it's a tough decision, but I am going to say yes.
President Rodriguez?
Very difficult decision, but based on the information from Ms. Polk, I have to vote yes. Motion carried. Item 13D,
I'm one of the few that vote. When it comes to the school board, I'm one of the few that you see voting.
all right, vacation roll, item 13D,
It's these people, John. I don't trust you, I don't believe you. But I remember who said yes.
item 13D,
This is it. It is the recommendation that the Board of Education approve the vacation carryover results for employees 5231 and 7730 as presented.
Motion to approve.
motion by Ms.
Second.
Riddle, second by Ms. Fabian. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, even if this was done in closed session, we should know who is asking for this, because, I am having issues, concerns, I'll say, with, vacation times and, with, the crediting on the ASOP, system. And, who are these employees that are asking for this rollover?
It was on the board doc.
The names are in there.
For executive
Executive
content,
content.
we
It was
can't say them out
executive
loud, but
content.
it's
I
these
read it.
individuals.
Ms. Hannah, they're stating that the names are in
Okay, I
executive
see.
content.
I don't know what they do.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
I'm passing, I
Miss-
don't know who they are.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle.
Yes.
President Rodriguez.
Yes, motion carries. Item 14, grants and donations. I see none, nothing under other. Finance reports, number 16.
Yeah, what is that?
It is the recommendation of the administration that the Board of Education ratify the 2nd June 2026 and 1st July 2026 processing of board bills, manual check request payments, and no National Bank insurance payments for the period of June 18, 2025 through June 30th, 2025, and July 1st, 2026 through July 21st, 2026. The accounts payable board payments for the period of June 17th, 2026 through June 30th, 2025, total $0, and the period of July 1st, 2026 through July 21st, 2026, total $576,027.88. The manual check request payments for the period of June 17, 2026 through June 30th, 2026 totals $1,128,138.01. And July 1st, 2026 through July 21st, 2026 total $1,879,908. The Old National Bank insurance payments for the period of June 17, 2026 through June 30th, 2026 total $0. And July 1st, 2026 through July 21st, 2026 total $5,701,907.89.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mr. Riddle,
Second.
second by Ms. Fabian. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian.
Yes.
Ms. Hannah.
Pass.
Ms. Lensing.
Pass.
Mr. McBride.
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez.
Yes.
Mr. Riddle.
Yes.
President Rodriguez.
Yes, motion carries. Reports and presentations. Do we have any committee reports?
No, but I do have something to say. I am still awaiting a meeting for the Capital Improvement Committee, because there has been, I'm seeing that there are things, there's items that are being taken care of, but I don't know why the committee was very active before, but now we've had one meeting last year, one meeting, but there's a whole lot of projects that are going on that I couldn't even tell you about. One of them was such that a community member sent a picture to me and asked me about it, and I had no idea. And so, Superintendent, the committee needs to meet.
Yes, I'm looking at Mr. Moulton. I do hear you. Can you get those dates out? I know they're closing for the year, but they'll be reopening for this coming year. I mean, I know they close at the end of June 30th, and they'll be reopening, but can you get that calendar out? Thank you.
That was last year, though, ma'am.
No, absolutely, but we close them out June 30th, and we restart them at the beginning of the school year, so he'll get you the dates for this upcoming school year for the meetings.
Delegates reports.
None at this point.
Superintendent?
Because of time, I'm going to defer to our next meeting.
Okay, information items. We have 4 information items. Taking that?
I'll take them. This first item is a first reading proposal for an update to the policy on reporting suspected criminal conduct in police interviews. The updates reflect changes in the law, and it's just building those into the policy document related to reciprocal reporting, that now allegations of civil and criminal offenses would be reported, although the police department indicates they don't investigate the civil offenses, but the law does now require that that be part of reciprocal reporting agreement. So we've incorporated that in, and without it popping, I don't remember the other changes, but it will come back for second reading. They are in red line for those that are interested. If you have questions, board members, please reach out. student handbook signature pages. There was no substantive change other than updating the dates of these for this school year, but they have incorporated these into Informed K-12 so that they can be available for electronic signatures through that initiative with getting forms on Informed K-12. So we just have this for information purposes. They have been going out to parents to facilitate signatures on the handbooks. Next. This is just the FOIA report of the work done in Freedom of Information Act requests for the month of June. And the last one is a summary annual report of the FOIA requests that we had last year. It will summarize for those who are interested the number of reports that we got, what types of individuals or entities were requesting the reports, the type of information sought, time frame for responding. That's it.
Thank you. Is there any old business?
Yes, Mr. Rodriguez, I think it is time for us, the board, to bring back the graduation credits for our students. And we need to have a discussion on it. And because we want to put our students, we want to put high expectations on our students. We have heard from students saying how that the credits as they stand right now does not motivate the students to accomplish much. And we need to give them the motivation. And so I'm asking for that to be put on as a discussion. And Frankie? No, that's not
No,
Frankie. Adrian, I'm sorry. He was last time. Didn't you guys do a survey?
Huh?
Didn't you all do a survey?
Was the last board member.
Oh, that was
It
the
was
last.
Frankie, but not.
Yeah.
It was Frankie. Okay, well, sorry about that. But they did a survey and they talked to the students. And we need to listen at what our students are saying. So anyway, that's the new business. But one other thing, and I talked with, I sent the article to Ms. Vanderbroek today about the law that the governor signed on Tuesday about the cell phone ban. And we should be working on it now.
Yep.
Seeing how it will go into effect 27-28 school year. It is mandatory. And they are doing it from actually the K through 8, where there's no phones in the school. And at the high school level, we're gonna have to figure out how that's gonna be structured. But no, during instruction time, it's against the law now, legal.
Okay,
We'll
Mr.
be
Ramirez.
working on that and bring a proposal to the board. We'll get the input from academics as well.
Ms. Ramirez and Ms. Lindsay.
I have two things for possible new business and something that if we could possibly explore. One, I mean, I don't plan to be sick for a very long time, but the last couple of times that I have met with all our technology advancement and stuff, if there's a way, instead of just calling in, if we can have some sort of video conference for those of us that sometimes need to be out. I mean, we have the monitors, we have everything there. And I only just say this because it's sometimes very difficult to hear when you're on the phone, and there's been times that I've been cut off, had to be called back. And like I said, I don't plan to be being sick forever, but in moments that we do have board members and we do have that legal right to attend that way, I just want to see if we can explore video conferencing as an option of just calling in, especially in this day and age. My other
I agree.
my other suggestion for new business, Mr. President, is if possibly we can form some sort of ad hoc committee for the exploration of building a successful succession plan for our future superintendent. And I know that we still have 5 years, 4 years, but the thing is, looking at our district, at our neighboring districts, and how they're having up to 5 years to look for a superintendent. I mean, Zion
Isn't
took
that
almost
funny?
6 years to look for one. North Chicago still hasn't replaced theirs. So I just want to be ahead of the game and have a successful succession plan kind of written out on how we want to look, how it will look while we have our current superintendent here talking about those things. So an ad hoc committee of some sort that we can look at in the future so that we can do this.
Yeah, we can do something like that if the board agrees.
Thank you.
Ms.
That was-
Clensing had her hand up?
Oh, were you finished, Ms.
I'm
Ramirez?
finished, yes.
Oh, okay. So I actually I was just going to touch on Ms. Hannah's, but now I'm going to touch on both of yours. So with the cell phone policy that we're looking at, my hope is that we would have something so that we can enforce expectations starting the second semester of next year.
Absolutely.
I want to work through the kinks and get these kids used to it. You know, in all honesty, like it'd be great if it'd be now, but I want to be more proactive so that they get into the habit and they start that transition off. I understand a lot of I believe all of our middle schools have a policy where it's supposed to be kept in the lockers. But based on this new law, that's not going to be an option, right? And I don't know how much in full effect it is at the elementary school level because my kids don't have them. But I'm not getting weekly communications from their principal about it because it's not a targeted focus at that level. So my request is just we start as a board to have the expectation that we expect students to do it once they come back from next year's Christmas break, so that they can get into the rhythm, and then when it is law and we could be liable, it's a smooth process, right? So that's just my ask on the cell phone component. When we are looking at the succession plan, my only concerns are we don't have a date of retirement for the superintendent, so I don't know what that's going to look like. I do think, though, to your point, it is a wonderful idea because you don't want to go into someone taking over the district cold turkey. And if we can identify a mentorship or training for candidates, whether they're homegrown or brought in for whatever reason, then we can get a sense and a feel and then have that transition take place when we do get that intent to retire. Right? So I agree with that. I am curious to be on the committee as well to make sure that like we're thinking about all of the different facets and it's an equal opportunity for the position.
Okay, we have Mr. Riddle and Ms. Fabian, and we're kind of mixing old business and new business here, but
Are we on old?
we're on old.
We're on new.
We're on new,
We're on-
yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, they're discussing new, but
We're old
we're
and new.
we're in old business.
That's where I got confused.
That's okay.
So we are on old.
We're in old business.
Okay, can I make a comment on old? I apologize, Mr. Riddle.
That's okay. Mr. Riddle,
And
Ms.
then I'll go
Fabian.
back down. Oh.
Okay, so we'll mix the old with the new. Well, this is part of what I
got
want to
real
say. Part of what I want to say is both old and new, okay? Since May, I've been sending emails to the board to advise them, about where what I'd advise the board is to look over some of those memos because I did some research And this, you can see how tough this is. This is not going to be an easy this year or next year kind of thing, because you heard it from Ms. Polk. We cannot continue down this path and ensure the structural integrity and financial integrity of our district, and the superintendent has said that as well. These are tough, tough decisions, and I would encourage the board, I'm interested in seeing what our next meeting is next week, our board meeting, but I would encourage the board to look for ways that we can also, even though they be small ways, like, you know, not going to conferences, whatever they are, to lead by example, so that when we have to do this rifting, it isn't just staff that's getting rifted, you know, or positions that are getting cut, but that they see that we're in a cycle of trying to change and save money, because it's going to make it easier. People will understand if they only see that we're cutting out staff. That's so hard. None of us want to do that. But I just think that, you know, we're getting down to where next year the balance is going to be 64 million in reserve. We can't keep doing it. You know, and the superintendent said that we have to make some tough decisions. So let's look for some ways and suggest some ways, whether they be conferences, even the little stuff like that, having things like Ms. Hannah's been saying, you know, using our own facilities more, whatever they are. I'm hoping that we have some of those ways that we can look to save money in this next year and then down the line for the next year, because I don't want to see us get down to where we have to go out for those what do you call it, anticipatory credit, whatever you call those,
The TWS.
Tax anticipation warrants.
tax anticipation
TAWs.
warrants or notes, so we have to borrow and pay interest on it just to pay our bills while we wait for some money to come in. And as you heard, the other thing from Ms. Polk is the fact that these are terrible times that we're going through. We don't, you know, an education department that might be, national education department that might go away, monies that are being pulled for this and that for public education. And we all believe, that's why we're here. We believe in public education. We know it's equity. It should be equity-based, and every child deserves to have the best chances. And your kids, my grandkids, they're getting a good education. We want them to have that continuing future. So that's my comment. I'm waiting to see what the conversation, maybe we can continue that at the meeting next Tuesday. Thank you. And thank you for taking the tough decision tonight. And listen, yes, go ahead.
So I agree with you, Mr. Riddle, and I have been looking at your memos, and some of it seems very similar to what Chicago Public Schools is doing. And I don't know where you're getting your research from, but if I look at it, it emulates a lot of what CPS is doing. And I will tell you that some things may fit, but a lot of things that they're doing are not going to fit in Waukegan Public Schools because of our size, and we're just a different district, right? So one, we need to recognize that.
Thank you.
Number two, I'm going to respectfully say this, and it's 11 o'clock already, so I'm mentally drained. There was a lot of work that went into these list of RIFs, a lot of work, a lot of man hours, and we've had discussions, and there was consensus from everyone on this board that we were moving in this direction. My only ask is, when we're doing stuff like this with our staff, that we need to be unified or stick with the direction you give me, because I have to work with these people tomorrow, and I have to lead them. And I just need to be very transparent with that. And, you know, I'm walking in schools and I see the staff and I talk to them and I see the teaching and learning, and I don't want to lose credibility with them. And so if we're going to say we're going to do this as a board, I just would like clarity of vision of where you want me to get you to, so that I can do a good job for this school district and for you and get you where you need to be. And so my ask is, as we move forward, and if we say it's professional development and we're going to cut development and it's consensus, and I understand you get a vote and you could choose yes or no. But I would like us to, if we're not feeling that at the beginning, to voice that so that we know what direction to go in, versus getting up here and then it's like I'm carrying the water, and I don't mind doing that. But I have to lead these people next day. And this was a very hard vote for me. And I know many people that sat in this room because I do live in this community and I made some great friends. And I talk to people all the time. And I've recruited a lot of these people from Planet Fitness, from Home Depot, from football games. I mean, just because I knew the amount of vacancies that we had. So my ask as we go forward is that we have a consensus, and if we don't have consensus, we say the why or the why not. Because the amount of man hours that went into this over the previous couple weeks was daunting, and there was a number of emails that went out, and not one question got asked from one of those emails, and not one email of concern came back. So we're thinking, okay, we're moving forward, and this was the will of the board, right? And so had the vote whichever way it would have went, it could have been perceived that it was my idea and I just wanted this recommendation because Ms. Placencia recommended it. When that was not the case, I was directed to find ways. I came up with some options. I said, what do you think? What say you? Everybody got a vote, and then we moved forward with it. And I will continue to do that because that is my job. I just ask that you give me clarity on what you want me to do, and you give me consensus with it. Because if it was like 4-3 that you didn't want to do this, then I wouldn't even went down this road and spent the manpower on it. And my team has, I mean, I won't even give you, has been working on this more like Saturday, Sunday. I mean, I'm texting from wherever I'm at with them. And Ms. Maluski did an amazing job on this, and I want to call you out on this. Dr. Bublitz, Eduardo, I mean, LeBaron, all of us. And we are going to get these people back staffed, and I'm going to work with them personally. Nick, you hear that. So make sure tomorrow I'm already looking at those lists. And the board will get a report every Friday in your email. And that I had to say that as I leave for tonight, because it was mentally draining and emotionally draining and concerning, because I pray for all these people that work in our district and our students, and they're personal to me. They're just not job numbers, employee numbers. They're real people with real faces and families. And like I said, they're my team. I'm part of their team. And so I want them to see me in that light, not see me as the hatchet man, and having to make these hard decisions. And I just had to say that. And I want to graciously thank you for allowing me to say that, and giving me the vision that you do.
Thank you. Is there anything else? Ms. Lensing.
Sorry,
Ms.
can we-
Fabian.
Can we clarify, are we still on old business? Because I know we went back and
Well,
forth.
yes.
So my comment was for new business, so if yours is old business, go ahead.
Mine's old business, because I got confused. Really quickly on the old business, we did have some individuals from the community talk about an opportunity for someone that may be coming into the area. And I know there was going to be some potential collaboration to see how we could possibly leverage a partnership to benefit the district. If the board can get an update on the gentleman from Japan who loves soccer, hosting a soccer event. Yeah, no, that's fine. There's a lot that's happened. And I do want to reiterate Superintendent Placencia's comments. She did not ask to do a reduction in force. It was a request of the majority of the board, right? And so I think when we talk about like consensus, I want to be sure, are we talking about a majority consensus or a full board consensus? And it is going to be difficult, and I completely hear you. It was emotionally draining. You didn't ask to do it. We told you to do it. And then to not have a vote that supports what we asked you to do as a majority is extremely frustrating. I think, no, I'm not, I voted no. I'm saying this as a person that voted no. And the reason is because for me, I have a hard time when I feel like I'm getting different pictures and perspectives. And I do appreciate all of the hard work that went into the decision. Even though I voted no as a board member, the majority said yes, so it will push through and we will support. And to your point, as we go, as to Mr. Riddle's point, as we continue to look to see how we protect those reserves, it needs to be a shared effort, and it needs to be a communicated shared effort. So when we're saying, like, when we're booking, like I know the Genesee Theater for our middle school promotions, I've heard some comments from a couple of people like, why do we do that? That's so expensive. I asked the question to a staff member, I'm not going to name names, just like, oh, I'm hearing this is the case. It is actually cheaper to do it at the Genesee Theater because we are not hiring people to set up chairs. We are not renting the chairs. There's a lot of cost savings. Yes. So I think as we move forward, if we can find those opportunities to clearly communicate to the community that we are making this decision to hold these activities here because it actually is a cost savings, that dispels some of the misconceptions that we're being irresponsible with money. Is it taxing to have to do that? Yes, it is a big load to over-explain, not necessarily over-explain, but just be extremely transparent. But I think at this point in time, it is necessary so that everyone understands that we're trying to do this from a team-centered approach for the betterment of our students and for the solvency of the district.
Thank you. Ms. Ariane?
I agree with what Ms. Lensing said about consensus. Again, the superintendent did ask each of us consensus on several questions, including reductions in force. And so I can totally understand how you have 7 bosses and it's difficult to know which way to navigate when you have 7 different perspectives. And so when we give you a unified perspective, that's where you move. So I do apologize that I did not send my questions ahead of time. However, some of those concerns popped up with listening to public comments. So that is why I reserved my questions until now. But my comment was for new business. So if we want to go on to new business.
Is there any other old business? No. Or new businesses disguised as old business?
Okay,
Okay,
I
how
have
about
new
new
business if we want to move on, which ties back to the new cell phone policy. I just want to ensure that when we're looking at, we do have a cell phone policy, but it's the protocols, right? So when we're looking at the protocols and the practice, that we are working with the schools who have implemented protocols that are successful, such as like the Yonder bags, to ask the teachers and the administration how feasible it was to manage their protocol and their system. What I don't want to see is that we put or implement a protocol that a teacher cannot enforce or that is not sustainable or that is taking away from instructional time. I know it's going to have to if we have to constantly remind students. It might take away some instructional time, but I don't want something to come in that's going to be cumbersome, overtaxing on our teachers, or overburdening our instructional time.
To the best of my recollection, the policy has to reflect a model policy that ISB's going to produce. And I don't think that's been produced yet. That oftentimes is the IASB press policy. So the policy language may not address the protocol piece to the degree you're speaking of, which is an implementation piece.
And it shouldn't. So let me be clear. I don't want the policy to have spelled out the protocol because none of our policies should be written in that manner. They should be tight enough to express intent and follow the law, but loose enough that we can change protocol. So we shouldn't be tying ourselves to a certain, for example, the Yonder bag, right? A new technology might come out or a new system might come out that may support. So I'm not saying that we rewrite our policy to be specific to the protocol. What I'm saying is that when we start looking at protocols, that we work with our teachers and our administration to look at how cumbersome it is, how enforceable it is, and how much instructional time is being utilized in order to, actually act on that protocol.
So, Ms. Vanderbroek, basically, from what you just said, I'm understanding that we may not even be able to have our students kind of follow something by
You know, I looked at this a while back, so I don't have all the detail fresh
Yeah.
in my head. But when I looked at it, my recollection was our policy is almost what they're looking for anyway.
Okay.
So I'm not anticipating it's going to need a substantial change from that lens.
Okay.
Because we already restrict use in the classroom.
Understood.
We already allow the high school kids to use it in non-academic as long as if staff approach them, they take, take
They're
their
responsible and
headphones
follow
out, turn it
directions.
off, they engage in the communication, et cetera. And that policy work was done by the board quite some time ago.
Yeah.
I believe Ms. Hannah,
And
you
with-
had a lot of input in that.
And with surveys.
And
as
it
well.
did, it did vary for what are we doing in elementary, middle, and high school.
Right.
So we're close, I
Okay.
believe, already.
Okay. Can we,
This policy, the law that the governor signed, it is for K through 5 and K through 8.
Right.
Absolutely no phone.
Yeah, and that's the concern. So I'm hoping, Superintendent, can we have some sort of very basic communication sent out to families so they can start priming themselves? Yeah, because I know I have fellow friends with their students going into middle school, and they heard about the change, and they were like, oh, hell no, like my kid will have a phone. So it's like the more advanced notice we can give, and like they can start to go through the grieving process, essentially, right? Because it is a change, and change can be hard.
Yeah, Nick is going to handle, I know he's looking at me like, Nick who?
We did those
Nicholas is
surveys
going to
in
handle
parents.
the cell phone, all communication of that. So just write that down and we could talk about it in exec.
You're the best.
He's the man.
And do you still have
Mr.
those
McBride.
surveys?
I just have one comment. I would like for the board to consider next year graduation pro bono to have a keynote speaker. I think the kids deserve that.
If the board doesn't mind, can I ask my staff if you can all go home? You've been here really early. It's 11:05. I will stay back. Everyone
Can
go
we
home.
go home?
You all go home.
You're welcome to leave. Yeah.
Is that a motion?
I make a motion that we adjourn.
No, you have a student discipline matter
We
to
have one
act
more
on.
item.
No.
Move to
I'm
item
taking my
20.
board member
Okay,
time.
all right.
Item 21.
All right, I just
Everyone
have
is
one,
welcome to leave if they
I
need
know.
to leave. We're not
I just
holding
have one
anybody
item.
hostage.
Wait, also, we have a student board member that's seated here
Oh.
until 11 o'clock PM,
Yes.
and I don't know if that's appropriate. I don't know where his
it
parents
probably
are.
isn't.
Oh, there-
We went to the restroom.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We gotta be
We don't have
conscious.
marathons like this, Norm.
Okay. I just want to ask one item for consideration. Well, not really consideration. I just want to ask legal counsel to give us some clarification. We frequently get letters, emails from board members asking us to please send these to the rest of the board. Now, I never respond to I will never send out an email to the entire board because I know that that is a potential violation of the Open Meetings Act because I'm communicating with not just a majority of the board or a majority of a quorum, but the entire board by email, and that almost, that can be looked upon as a violation of the Open Meetings Act. I've been advised that by different people. Can we have one conversation, please? And the other thing is, these requests for sending out an email, sending out a memo to the entire board, even though it's sent by the administration, this comes from a board member, goes to the administration, and it's sent out by the administration. These actually, in my mind, they border on violations of the Open Meetings Act because we are conducting business outside of the boardroom. Okay, so I'd like legal counsel to please, not necessarily tonight, okay, but if you can give us a response to that, state a position and let me know.
I will do that. I will send something to the board members.
And I've already spoken with Ms. Vanderbroek about that, okay? So it just troubles me because I want to be responsive to the board. I want to make sure that, when they want to communicate something, it's communicated, but I don't want to do something that is going to be a potential violation of the Open Meetings Act. That's why I very rarely make that request. It's usually copied to the administration, and they're the ones that get it out, and, you know, they feel it's their responsibility, but I just want to make sure we're not doing anything we shouldn't be doing. So that's it?
Yeah, can I just say one thing?
Absolutely.
In reference to that?
Only one thing?
Yeah, I don't want to go
She'll
home
stay to
in
her
the dark. Right.
You're already there.
No, okay, and so, Mr. Rodriguez, in the vein of what you were just talking about, right? Isn't that the same thing? And, Ms. Van Broek, if you could also include this in your inquiry, okay? What, Mr. Rodriguez is speaking of, okay? About the emails. It would be the same thing when we are sending in questions to the administration to answer us. And it all gets sent out to the board. One get, all get.
Yeah.
And that too is the same thing, sir.
This is why I'm asking for clarification.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I'm not making any judgments about it on my
No,
own.
I hear you.
I'm asking for legal advice.
Yes, and
Okay.
so am I. Because that's one of the reasons, sir, why I don't do that.
Yeah.
That's okay for me to send to all of the board members.
Right, for you. Yeah.
Just wanted to be clear and add a little levity at 11 o'clock at night.
Well, 11 o'clock left us already. It's
All right.
later.
Sorry,
than-
11:10.
All right, are we finished with new business?
Yes.
Okay, next item is student discipline matters, student discipline agreement, student number XXX601. Is somebody reading it?
Superintendent?
Yeah, it's
No,
not.
we're
yeah.
not reading
No,
it.
we're
It is
not reading
recommended that the Board of Education approve the discipline agreement for student XXX601 as recommended by the administration.
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Mr. Riddle. Second by Ms. Fabian. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Fabian?
Yes.
Ms. Hannah?
Yes.
Ms. Lensing?
Yes.
Mr. McBride?
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez? Yes. Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries. Okay, now, we have board member time.
At one point.
Okay, so the question I was going to ask is, do we want board member time?
No.
I'm
guess-
keeping mine short.
All right.
I got elected, I got time.
Ms. Lensing. you get
Okay.
time.
I understand the rationale behind the decision, but I respectfully disagree with asking the community to reduce their time to 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I understand the staff is tired and they want to go home. I completely get that. However, I don't think it's fair for these individuals who are going to be impacted to have had their time limited. That is my personal stance. I understand it is at the board president's decision or discretion. I just wanted to give my 2 cents that they should have been given their 3 minutes. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Fabian.
And the only thing I want to add, well, a couple of things. Number one, registration is continuing, and reminder to those, including myself, because I forgot to send in my proofs. So I registered, but I forgot to send my proofs of address, to do that now so that you're prepared for the following school year. And second, check out the new website. And last, I just want to say a big thank you to all of those who participated and volunteered for our back to school resource fair. As you all know, that's something that's very near and dear to my heart. And so just to see the amount of staff that voluntarily came out to support the event was amazing. And I want to just thank them all, especially our custodians, because they were on it cleaning up after everybody so that the place looked great. So again, just thank you to all of those. And for those who could not attend and still need backpacks and school supplies, if they could reach out to the FACE department to check if there's still any available. And shout out to Ms. Jones,
Yeah,
that's right.
and I just want to piggyback off of Miss Fabian that that back to school fair. Oh my God, it was amazing. I've never seen the number of vendors that were there, and I visited every every booth. I went to every one. It was a lot of information out there for the parents and the people that attended. And I just want to give a really big shout out to Miss Shakita Jones and her staff and everybody that helped to organize, implement that back to school resource fair. And I'm also amazed at the FACE department was able to make up the money that the district did not fund by the partners that the FACE department has made. So just kudos. I just had to say that.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Anybody else?
I just want to kind of piggyback off of what everybody said about the FACE department. The FACE department has been doing some magnificent things from day one. Even you go back to the graduation, I've never seen so many people come out of the community since I've been sitting on this board come out and support graduation like they did. It's people my age that I never would have even thought decide to come out to a graduation. But I got to say that with the charismatic attitude that they have in that FACE department, they're able to get some things done. And just like Ms. Hannah was saying, the collaboration with the community and the idea to be able to get the book bags that they need, they made it work.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Everybody's talked about the back to school. It was a great event. Kudos to all the staff that helped make it possible. Ms. Jones did a fabulous job. I would just mention our Lions Club was out there and we screened 154 kids. And some of those kids were positive and we sent slips home with the parents, but be sure to contact me because we can help you financially make sure those kids get their glasses before school starts. So thank you so much.
Thank
for
you, Mr.
everyone
Riddle.
who participated in it.
Ramirez, everything?
Have a good night.
Mr. Jimenez, any,
If you're still awake.
any comments?
Pass for tonight.
Pass,
All right.
okay. Did we get everybody?
Adrian, wonderful.
We
We're
got
glad you're here.
Miss
Adrian.
All right.
I think kudos to
Hopefully,
Adrian.
no more of these late nighters.
I am going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
So moved by Ms. Lensing, second by Mr. Riddle. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned at 11:15.
Let's go.